Hi. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi. How are we all doing today? How are we all doing today? Hello, hello. Who is here? Let me see. Let me see. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, Score. Hello. Hi, Joe Victor. Hello, Hazel the Lemon Queen. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Here it is afternoon. Yeah. Hello, Lancuri. Hello, Tobus. Hi, hi. Are you okay? I'm okay. I'm okay. Just okay though. Hello, Prin. Hi. Hello, Potter. Hello, Just Jane. Hi, hi. Needed some distraction from a frustrating task. Great timing. Heck yeah. What can I say? I can tell when I'm needed. That's what a magical girl does, right? She appears when she's needed. But yeah, slightly earlier stream today because I have no reason. I was bored. I was bored. That's the whole reason. Hello, Swizzlook. Hello, M0. Hello, hello. Hello, Sine Wave Mood. Hi. Hello. And hi, Zerkia. Hi. Hi, hi. The guy who has only ever played RimWorld. This music intro is giving real RimWorld vibes. I've never played RimWorld. I know nothing about RimWorld. I know nothing about it. Should I know something about it? I know nothing. I know nothing in general too. Also, can I just say, I think that my... Wait. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. You know how I said the other day how like Twitch just wasn't working on my desktop anymore? Like none of the streams were loading? It's now working. I can now see myself again. What? Huh? Twitch moment. Goodness gracious. Please play RimWorld. It's so good. It's very good. I might have to. I will strongly consider it. Wait, do I even have it? Wait, do I have it on, let's have a look. I do not have it on Steam. I will have to acquire it at some point. I'll have to acquire it. Let's see. RimWorld. I know nothing about video games, so... I have to pay money? Ooh, Colony Sim. Okay, I'm interested now. I'm interested. I'm gonna wishlist it. Yeah. All they had to say was Colony Sim, and I was like, yeah! Yeah! I'm down. I'm so down. That's all you had to say. Oh, goodness gracious. Hi, UFCO. Hi. How are you? Oh, just got into your uni dorms today. Let's go. I hope you enjoy it. Uni is a fun experience, I promise. It might feel a bit overwhelming at first, but I found it very fun. Also stressful. It's equally fun and stressful. But I'm glad I did it. Probably has the third most amount of immoral behavior possible in any game. I like it a lot. Huh? So hi 1TW1. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check in. Hello. And also hi Transimus. Hi. Welcome in. How are you?
Whoop.
I hope you're good. The good stuff. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Whoop indeed. Whoop indeed. Yeah, let's go. Extending the lab contract. Woo! I love working. I love paying money to do my internship. Woo! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Also, hi Astral. Hello. Didn't get the Twitch notification for some reason. Humph. Twitch having another moment. I see. I just saw autistic people and I was like, yeah, that's the target for audience of RimWorld. What even more reason for me to play it? My uni's library has the largest manga collection in my country. That's incredibly based. I love that. I would not ever leave, actually. I should see if my local library has any manga. I should check that. Do I have a library? I should check if I have a local library. And then I should check whether it's got a manga collection. And if it doesn't, then I should check whether I can order things in. And then I will finally have something to do in the evening that isn't watching the same 4 YouTube videos on repeat, because my recommendation algorithm is literally just the same videos over and over again now. Hi, Aux. Hello, Ekoak. Crystallic and Tristira, hello. And also, thank you all for the Lab Safe Register check-ins. And of course, Transmiss as well. Thank you for the Lab Safe Register check-in too. Thank you, everybody. How you all doing? How's everybody doing? Yay, internship. Can I have Tuesday off? No. You must work. You must work. You're in grad school now. Oh, goodness gracious. You must work every day, at least 12 hours a day. No going home. You sleep under the benches. Oh no. I'm kind of joking. Doing good. I woke up already. A good day. Let's go. I like that attitude. I agree. Hi, Crystallic. Hi. I'm doing okay. Thank you. How are you? Life ain't hard when you got a library card. You know what? Actually, it's true though. I found so many absolute bangers in the library. I went to a library recently. It wasn't like a university one. It was just a public library. And I found some really funny things on the shelves. Let me find a picture of what I found on the shelves. Like, it was the type of thing where I was just walking around to kill some time. And I was like, I'm going to go to the library and have a look. And then I found the funniest things. I found the Dummy's Guide to YouTube Channels. I found the Dummy's Guide to YouTube Channels. I was like, hey, what? Huh? And it was like on the coding shelf. So it was like, how to talk to robots. The Rationalist Guide to the Galaxy was in there. I was like, what is that doing there? And then like the next book along was like confident cybersecurity, using your Chromebook, getting into cloud computing. And then it was like YouTube channels for dummies. Python in easy steps. Why are these all on the same shelf? This is so weird. It's like they were just like, these topics seem vaguely tech related. Let's put them all on the same shelf. Oh no. Also, hi Jeb Kerman, hi. Thank you for the Lab Safety Reg check-in, and also Jedi Supperpunk, hi, and Zerkia as well, hi. Hello. I drank a Monster and the acidity is hurting me. I often have that with coffee too. That sounds, I don't get that. I don't have that happen to me. That sounds threatening and scary. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of get what you mean though. Have you considered telling Greggs that they should be in libraries? If there was a Greggs in a library, I would never leave. That would be literally like where I would not leave. They could not take me out of that place. Can't get books from the library yet because the school year hasn't started. No, that's so sad. I think most university libraries, you need your student ID to be able to get into them. So that makes sense. I mean, if you can get into it, but not borrow things, you could just go and read things in the library and then come back every day. Although it'd be a bit annoying if you like went there and then you couldn't find the book that you were partway through reading. That would be annoying. But maybe a risk worth taking? Who knows? How many UI redesigns do you think have happened since that book? I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I didn't see the date on it. I just saw that there was like a Dummy's Guide to YouTube Channels. I was like, why is this a thing? I have so many questions. Like, who needs a Dummy's Guide to YouTube Channels? Also, Z-Attack, thank you for the Lab Safe Register check-in. Welcome. Steal TikToks and barely react to them as YouTube channel for dummies. I have so many like mixed feelings about reaction content. I have so many mixed feelings because like on the one side, I'm like, if it's low effort, if it's literally just bringing up someone's YouTube video and then just going, ah, wow, haha, that's crazy. Like that's not, wow. That's how I feel about it. But if it's like actually talking about it, if it's actually adding something to it, I can kind of see it. I don't think I would ever do it unless it was like a topic, like a social psychology topic that I could talk about, you know? I have considered doing it because like, I don't know. I have considered it at times because I want to stream more, but I'm also like, sometimes I'm just too tired. So then I just don't stream, but then I'm like, I wish I streamed. And then I'm like, I wish that I could have something just to bounce off. So I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. But also if I would never just do reaction content because I'd find it boring personally. I find it boring. Delicious monster hydrochloric. It's like the battery acid cupcakes accompaniment. We've discovered a Psydere summing ritual. Library Gregs. Yeah, actually it's true. If you put down if you get 5 vegan sausage rolls, put them in like a pentagram and say the magic words, I won't tell you what they are, then I will appear. It's so true. Put your library in a Greg's in a circle. Yeah, and sit in the middle reading a scientific journal article. I mean, I don't think I would appear with a scientific journal article. I feel like there would be other things that I would be more inclined to appear for. I can't even enter the campus library yet because my student thing is only by the start of the semester. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Boomer book. It might be a boomer book actually. It was right next to it was right next to like iPads for seniors. So it might be a boomer book. I don't know why a boomer would need a YouTube channels for dummies book. I mean, I guess maybe if they wanted to have a YouTube channel, but I feel like you need a basic level of tech literacy to even want one, right? So, I don't know. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's messed up. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's messed up. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Every Twitch streamer ever. I actually do my best to not say that though. I do my best to not say that. It's really hard because I pick up the mannerisms of other people and like a lot of Twitch streamers say it, but I'm really, really doing my best to not say anything that's like, you know, I try not to use any languages. Oh. I try not to use any language that like stigmatizes mental health or neurodivergence or anything. So that's why I don't say that. But sometimes it slips out because like, you know, being a streamer means that I'm surrounded by other streamers that will just sit there and go, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Scientific journal article is the Psydere warding ritual. It's true. It keeps me away. Thank you for the hydrate and posture check, Astral. I am posturing. No comment on whether it's a good posture or not. I guess I'm kind of sat up straight now. You know what's the better posture is me sitting cross-legged. Let's do it. Let's do it. There we go. I am now in the yoga pose and I have tea. I have tea. Let's see how bad this looks when the webcam gets angry. Yep, that looked like something. What are you posturing about? I don't know anymore. I've been posturing for so long that I just don't know. I'm too old, man. I know that I'm aging because the other day I went to the supermarket and I tried to get something off the bottom shelf and I hurt my knee on the way back up. So that's where I am in my life. Oh dear. That's where I am. Posture check, bad. Anyway, genuinely, actually. Absurd is cringe ever since cameras. I like absurd though, it's kind of funny. Unless you're talking about some kind of academic thing. I like absurdist humor. I'm a big, I grew up on the Mighty Boosh, so that probably says a lot. How's your lower back? Actually, it's fine. My back is fine. It's my knee. It's my knee. I injured it a while back and it's just not been the same ever since. So sad. Or pronounced it Camus. What? That's how I've always heard it pronounced. What? 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 Ain't it Camus? I don't know. I'm just repeating back the way that I heard it pronounced in my lectures. What? That's wild. That's like, I've had so many words where I've like gone to lectures and I've just trusted the lecturer on how they pronounced it. And then it turns out it was pronounced wrong. Why did your lecturers mention Camus? I don't know. I don't know why they mentioned now I have to train myself out of saying Camus. Camus? Huh? That's wild. That's wild. I don't know why. I'm gonna have a very, very quick skim of the works of. I see. Okay. To be fair, Algerian-born French philosopher. The name might have been mispronounced on purpose. Oh no. I feel like it was something to do with the. I feel like it was something to do with the myth of Sisyphus. That was like the context, I think. The absurd lies in the. Oh yes, I remember now. The absurd lies in the juxtaposition between the fundamental human need to attribute meaning to life and the unreasonable science of the universe in response. I remember now. It was in the context of a discussion around like when people do self-destructive things. That was the reason why it came up in one of my lectures. I remember now. Yes. Was that beep part of the stream or am I going mad? What beep? Huh? There was a beep. You know what, actually, now you say that, there are like background noises. Now that, wait. Yeah, there's background noises. Give me 1 second, I'll be back in a second. Hello. I don't know what the beep was specifically, but there was background noises. There may have been a background noise. Yes. May you pronounce Sartre for us and Kierkegaard? What? Did I say those right? Did I say those right? I've definitely always heard Sartre pronounced Sartre. And he was very, very heavily present in a module I did about qualitative research. And they always said Sartre. It was mostly fine, okay. I'm not a philosopher, I know nothing about these people. It's Camus, he's French. Okay, I see. I know nothing about anything, guys. I thought we've established this by now. Hi, Jeremy. Hi. In to say hi. Got to run for tutoring. Go. Do your tutoring. Good luck. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah, I was reorganizing the Bean Fortress. It's true. It's actually pronounced a trolley problem. What about? Oh, that looks French. Bataille? Is that how? I've probably said that wrong. Bataille? Bataille? I don't know. Anyway, I've got some good news for you all. If you want me to hear, if you want me to be butchering French, I've got some good news for you. I I need to move. I'm in the way. I'm sorry. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. How's this? How's this? Is this better? Am I less in the way? I can't tell. I've only got one screen at a time. Yes. I think this will do. Sorry that I'm covering you up. I'm sorry. There's nothing else I can do about it. That's just how we are now. Let's see. How does this look now? I think this is fine. The good news is that if you want to hear me butchering French, this is the paper for you. I've also just realized I don't actually know how I'm going to do this stream because I don't have a window for chat. Huh. How am I going to make this work? Hang on. I can bring it up on the twitch.tv app. This seems sensible. Okay, let's do that. Let's also turn my volume down so I don't hear myself. That would be horrific. Chat. There you are. Can I hide this? Yes. Yes, now I can see you all. Excellent. Excellent. Yes, l'autisme. We are talking about autism. We are indeed. Oh my god, why is it moving? Stop it. Stop it. So hi, said Victor. Thank you for the lab safe for to check in. Hi, hi. I was going to make a joke about the people with philosophy degrees, but they've already suffered enough. They don't deserve it. Or maybe they do. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. Okay. The beep was having... I accidentally unmuted my email notifications. Okay, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I'm not beeping. Not today, anyway. Also, hi, Monsieur Suriku. Hi, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Are you French? If so, I apologize for the monstrosity that I'm about to do to your language. Also, hi, Gift Poutine. Hi. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, l'autism. Yes. L'autism, indeed. Also, hi, Lazy Head. Hi. Infinite feedback with the phone self and real self if volume is on low. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, so this is where we're at. This is where we're at. This is a weird setup. 0 words per minute. This is a weird setup. I can't really see anything. I can't really see what I'm doing. So I can only have the Zotero window up. And then I've got like you all on my phone. This is gonna be difficult, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Hi, Tayu. Hi. How are you? How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Right, we're gonna try and make this work. So I've got you all as a chat perched upon my knee. My cross-legged knee. And then I've got the paper and I can see nothing else. So I'm relying on you all to tell me if something happens. I can't promise that I'll even be able to like react to like sound alerts or like notifications or anything. So if something happens, I mean, if a raid happens, I think I'll be able to see it anyway, right? Because everyone will come into chat. But like, if there's like a sub or something and I don't react to it, I'm really, really sorry. I'm not being rude. I just can't see you. So yes. Also, hi Woodsticks and hi Shadster. Hi. How are you? I hope you're both good. I'm exceedingly tired, so same as everyone's. That's a mood. I feel that. Okay, so this is the paper that we're reading today. Is Tim Burton's Wednesday Addams autistic? Or How Netflix is Highlighting the Scientific Debate on Autism by Rebecchi Kevin. I don't know which way around their name is because it's like auto-filled it to be Rebecchi as their surname. But then this looks like Rebecchi is their first name. So I don't know. I don't know which one's their first name and which one's their surname. Yeah. But yeah. Let's have I don't know what to expect from this paper. The only thing I saw of it, I didn't even read the abstract yet. The only thing I saw of it was, first of all, the title sounded interesting. And second of all, the abstract is in both English and French. And I could attempt to read that, but I feel like that would be terrible. Hi, Glacio Indifference. There is indeed yapping to be had. And also, hi, Rylan. Hi. Welcome. I rolled out of bed. I'm here. That's a mood. I also rolled out of bed. Just about. Okay, so I don't even know if this is a psychology paper, by the way. We'll find out. Sacre bleu. I know. My French is really, really bad. So I will make an attempt at a part of the abstract and we will laugh together and then I will never speak French again. Okay, so the series Wednesday, directed by Tim Burton, has become the second most watched English language series of all time on Netflix. And the third, I should say also this came out in 2023. So there's been obviously more things come out since then. But, it was pretty big when it came out. And, season 2 is out? ? I have no idea. I don't have Netflix. I don't have Netflix. I actually don't know, but I have seen Wednesday season 1. So yeah. So please no Wednesday season 2 spoilers. I haven't watched it yet, and I intend to at some point. But this is from 2023, so it's going to be based on season 1. So okay. The series Wednesday, directed by Tim Burton, has become the second most watched English language series of all time on Netflix, and the third in all languages, with nearly 1.24 billion hours of viewing, and the number of views on TikTok is in the tens of billions. So the media success of this series is not even questioned. Why is that written like that? That feels very casual. Anyway, however, one question has emerged, and there is no unanimous answer. Is Tim Burton's character, Wednesday Addams, autistic? After a brief presentation of the character of Wednesday in the work of Charles Addams, I analysed the character of Wednesday Addams through the autistic characteristics described by Grynia Sukareva, Hans Asperger, Leo Kanner, and the 5th revised version of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, the DSM-5. It's a DSM-5 something, isn't it? Is it 5R or something? Basically, there's like a version. There's like a 6th version, but it's not a 6th version. It's like 5.2 Electric Boogaloo, basically. Like it's like a second version of the 5th one. It's really confusing. Based on the work of Lorna Wing, it appears that Wednesday Addams corresponds rather well to the autistic phenotypes described by Sukareva and Asperger, but it's more complicated to confirm or deny if the observed behaviours of Wednesday Addams fit into the characteristics of the DSM autism spectrum disorder. Additional elements are questioned and brought to light, namely her intelligence, her education, and a possible conduct disorder. Okay. Finally, this work, beyond its potential clinical interest, allows highlighting 3 current debates in autism research: autistic dimensions versus autistic categories, the vision of autism considered as a disorder versus autism considered as a difference, and in the questioning of the experience of a female autistic phenotype. I conclude that this work is affirming that this new series seems to be more in line with the social movement of empowerment of women and girls through popular culture than of affirmation and positive representation of an autistic, female autistic phenotype in cinema. I see. Okay. Interesting. Yes. So there has been like a massive thing. Well, at least when season 1 came out. When season 1 came out, there was like a massive thing on social media being like, Wednesday Addams is autistic. She is extremely relatable to me as an autistic woman. And like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt it too. Like, there are some things about the character, like the way that she walks. She like doesn't swing her arms very much when she walks. And I was like, I do that. But she makes far too much eye contact to be entirely relatable. So yeah. But yeah, it was like an entire discourse on social media for a while that what if Wednesday Addams is autistic? And I guess this is responding to that discourse, which is kind of cool. It's kind of fun. Also, let me catch up on chat real quick. Hello, Runic Fiend. Hi. Yes, interesting stream premise. The preprint is interesting. I should say also, this is a preprint. So a preprint is basically a paper that hasn't been peer reviewed yet. It just gets put up on a website. And It's basically like a draft. You can kind of think of it like a draft paper. It's not been peer reviewed yet. It's not gone through all of the journal's editing processes yet, but it is like kind of reporting some kind of research. It's reporting some kind of research in a kind of like initial format. And normally a preprint will like get peer reviewed, it will get edited, there will be changes made to it. They might do extra analyses, they might be asked to collect a bit more data. But eventually a preprint generally will end up being published in a journal, at least in psychology. So this was published on, I think this was published on PsyArchive. I'm just going to quickly double check that. Yeah, this was published on PsyArchive, which is a psychology-focused preprint archive managed by the Society for the Improvement of Psychological Science and the Open Science Framework. So I found it on there. I was just like randomly Googling about this like Is Wednesday Addams autistic thing, and then I found this preprint and I was like, that sounds so fun to just read on stream. So we're doing it. Yes. That's how we got here. That's how we got here. Spoilers, it has episodes. True. I thought Asperger got discredited because of his political ties. It depends. In English-speaking countries, Asperger's work is not really used that much anymore, but I think it is still used quite heavily in other places. So if this person's based in France, then it would make sense. I should actually double check that, wait. Yeah, this person's based at Lyon, so in France. So it would make sense that they would consider Asperger's work because actually they rely quite heavily on Asperger's work in France still. And they also, believe it or not, they also still rely quite heavily on like psychoanalytic theories as well. So yeah. But yeah, in the end, Asperger's syndrome was originally its own diagnosis, and then it's kind of all got rolled into one umbrella of autism spectrum disorder or autism spectrum condition, depending on the person that diagnoses you. Also, hi, Guns! Hi! Welcome in. I thought everybody walks like a gorilla like me. You're telling me that ain't true? No, I just drift from place to place. My walking is very uncanny valley, I have been told. I wanted to know the journal so I can publish my fandom essays. Yeah, see, this isn't published yet. I don't know if it has been actually saying that. I should look real quick. I didn't see a link to a journal article on OSF, but sometimes they do just like not bother. Like sometimes people will publish on OSF and then they just don't. Like they post it, sorry, as a preprint on PsyArchive, and they just don't follow up with it. It's kind of sad. Rebecchi Kevin. Let's see. Let's go to your Google Scholar page, my friend. Let's go. I see you. You are perceived, Rebecchi Kevin. I think Kevin might be this person's surname actually. Let's see. Wait, there's no way. There's no way. This person has a paper called Representation of Neurodiversity in Video Games, Analyzing Autism Through the Character of Symmetra in Overwatch 2. That's wild. That's wild. Oh my goodness. Hi Claver, hi. And also hi Commander, hi. What do you think of Trill in Star Trek? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about Star Trek. I've never watched Star Trek in my life, and I probably should. Everyone tells me it's really good. I say hi Cranberry Toast, hi. Taking a walk with some friends. Go enjoy it. Go see your friends. I hope you enjoy yourself, Wood Sticks. Walking on tiptoes is literally the superior way. I feel that. Also enjoy your lurk, Lancuri. And also hi Luke, hi. Enjoy your lurk as well. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you everybody. Paper's not a single mention of electrothermia. Oh, spoilers, I haven't read it yet. That is interesting, though. That is interesting. I'm surprised about that. Okay. What was I doing? I was seeing if this is published. I remember now. Okay. They're publishing a lot. They're publishing a lot, actually. So, that's cool. No, it looks like it's just pre-printed. Yeah, it's just pre-printed. They've not published it anyway yet. It does have a citation, though. It does have a citation. So, yeah, there you go. This is pre-print only for now. Star Trek's one of those things that's probably worth watching with a guide that picks out the best and most essential episodes. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's one of those franchises. It's like Fate. It feels too big to get into it now. Or like One Piece. I feel like I can't start One Piece because there's like, I know that there's like 1,000 episodes. And I don't know where to start with it. Well, I mean, I know that you just start episode 1, but like, it just, I don't know, it feels overwhelming. It feels overwhelming. Definitely interesting, considering we're discussing female expression. Yeah, right? Like, alexithymia, for me personally, alexithymia is pretty central to my life experience. Like, I don't know what I'm feeling at any given point. And like, I've had a lot of times where people are like, you are massively underreacting to what's happening right now. How are you not freaking out? And I'm like, I don't know, because I don't know what I'm feeling. I might be freaking out and I just haven't realized it yet. I feel like having autism is basically just regretting every single conversation 15 minutes later. I mean, I feel like that's more anxiety, right? That's more social anxiety. It's more social anxiety. Autism is like, I mean, I don't regret every single conversation, but like, I don't, like, sometimes I come away from them and I'm like, I don't know whether I should regret it, you know? I can't tell. Like, all of the people that I spoke to at Vexpo, like, if they didn't message me afterwards being like, hey, that was fun, I enjoyed hanging out with you, then I'm just assuming like, this is a question mark and I will never speak to them again. Because I'm scared. Because I don't know if you liked me or not, because I can't assess it. So I'll just assume that we're neutral. At least One Piece is a single continuous thing and not multiple different series. This is true. This is true. I guess, yeah, I think Fate is probably more accurate of a comparison, right? Because there's just like so many things. So many things. Where do you even start? You want to know something too big? Comic books. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to start with that either. Or different series with a single series and they're kind of related. Looking at you, Terry Pratchett. Okay, but to be fair, I feel like that's okay because you can, like, most of them, I haven't read anything Terry Pratchett in a very, very long time. It's actually on my bucket, like, not on my bucket list. I guess on my bucket list to, like, work through them again as an adult. Because, like, I read them a lot when I was, like, 13, 14. I haven't read them in a very, very long time. So I don't really remember. But from what I vaguely remember, like, there were a few, like kind of small series. So there was a few, like, things that were direct sequels to other things. But then, for the most part, a lot of those books were just, like, standalone stories. So you could work through them basically in whatever order you wanted and at whatever pace you wanted. And you would just slowly start to piece things together. And that was really, really satisfying. So I actually enjoyed that. I didn't feel intimidated by that. I wish to go back to it. Non-stereotypical expressions of autism just isn't discussed much at all. Comparatively, alexithymia, I feel like it is the public face of the syndrome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have a fairly stereotypical expression. So I've never really thought about it that much. Although that, I don't know. So basically, I got diagnosed as an adult, right? I got diagnosed with autism as an adult. I think I was like 21, maybe 20, 21, one of the two. And I went through my whole school life without anybody picking it up, despite the fact that I had quite bad social problems. Like I didn't go to school for like 3 years. I just refused to go to school for like 3 years because I hated the social environment so much. Like I was quite happily doing my work at home. I was very, very happy to do my work, but I didn't like the social aspect of it. And I never got like referred on for anything because they were like, oh, it's just teenage hormones. She'll grow out of it. But then I'd kind of always been like it. Like even when I was a child, my friends were all like, if I didn't have a specific topic that I could talk to them about, I couldn't interact with them basically. So like, for example, like I had friends in primary school who liked Pokemon, and we were friends because we both liked Pokemon. And that was the entire foundation of our friendship. Like I didn't know anything about them as people. I just knew that they liked Pokemon. So, and therefore I would lurk around with them because they liked Pokemon. And that was basically it. And then when I like tried to, and because of that, like a lot of my friends were like boys when I was a kid. And then like one of my relatives was like, this is getting a bit weird now, like make friends with girls too. And I was like, okay, I will try. And I turned up and I was like, do you like Pokemon? I like Pokemon a lot. And they were like, no. And I was like, okay. And then I just kind of sat near them and just kind of existed in their proximity. And then that was how most of school went. Like when I went to secondary school, it was kind of the same. I just kind of existed in the proximity of other people until I worked out that we had something in common, and then we were friends. So like the social difficulties were literally always there. The obsessive interests were always there. Like the repetitive behaviors and stuff were there too, but it was like, it wasn't like, I've never been like too routine orientated. It's always been much more like interests. So I guess that wasn't as much of a thing. But like I did when I was a kid, like I did all of the the stereotypical sensory things like stacking up blocks and watching the washing machine, and they still just never got it. Like nobody ever put two and two together. And I think it's just because of like my age. Like I was my key developmental period was basically like at the tail end of them thinking that girls couldn't be autistic, basically. So they just never realized, like back then, if you didn't have like basically if you weren't causing problems in school or at home, then they just wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with you. They'd just be like, oh yeah, she's just a bit, not wrong with you, you know, but like they would just ignore it basically. If you weren't disrupting the class, you like any difficulties that you were having, they would just ignore it because they'd be like, well, it's not relevant. So yeah, I didn't get diagnosed until I was in uni because of it. And like when I had my assessment, the clinical psychologist was like, if you had been like, if this had been picked up when you were a kid, you would have literally been the most stereotypical Asperger's like diagnosis ever. Like you would have powered through all of the criteria. Like this is I was like, okay, thanks, question mark. So like I have a very stereotypical presentation of my autism, but I just still wasn't diagnosed. And like, you know, Lorna Wings mentioned here, it's because of her work that like people started to realize that girls can also be autistic. So yeah. Sorry, I've gone off on a massive tangent and I've not been paying attention. Sorry for trauma dumping. It's not really trauma dumping though, to be fair, because like I don't feel like it was a bad thing necessarily. Like I do think that I have a feeling that like if I'd have had a diagnosis as a kid, I probably would have been coddled a bit more, and I probably would have not developed a lot of the skills that I have now. So I'm kind of grateful for it in a weird way, but I'm also very, very grateful that I eventually got my diagnosis, because like for a long time I was like, I'm just weird. There's just actually something wrong with me and I don't know what it is. And then when I got my autism diagnosis, I was like, oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just built different. And then it did massive for my confidence. So yeah, A+ in autism, exactly. You fit the perfect mold for autism, so of course you didn't have it. Yeah. Autism is just magical girl power. It's true. I can't believe it. Like, I was literally a Pokemon and Sonic the Hedgehog kid, and then I grew up into being an anime teenager, and nobody thought. I spent my entire time as a child, like, running Pokemon fan websites and writing Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction, and nobody put 2 and 2 together? For real? Oh no. I have no background in any of this personally or academically, but it's wild to me that at some point autism was gendered. Yeah, it was very, very gendered. In fact, the original like diagnostic criteria there was a period in the 90s, like 80s and 90s, a little bit of the early 2000s as well, where there was this theory that autism was literally an extreme male brain. That was the theory. It was by Simon Baron-Cohen. And if you're like, hey, that's very similar to that actor, yes, they're cousins. But it was made by a guy called Simon Baron-Cohen, and he like spent like a decade being like, autism is literally just male brain. You just have a male brain. Which is obviously very, very silly. But it was foundational enough that like I was still having to write critiques of this theory as part of my undergrad. So yeah, like it was still it was like on its way out at that point, but I still had to address it because it was like a very significant theory in the field, and people like I literally had like professionals being like, oh, male brain, and I would be like, no, I am in fact a cisgender woman, thank you very much. Don't be saying I got a male brain, that's weird. As opposed to women brain, which is sparkly and full of glitter. Exactly. It kind of gives that energy, doesn't it? The thing is that the whole theory of like extreme male brain was basically that like men brains are good at systematizing, they like machines, they like science, and then women brains are good at empathizing, they like caring for people and nurturing, and they're going to be nurses and teachers, and male brain is going to be engineers and scientists. And it's literally the most like ridiculous gendered stereotypical theory that I've ever heard in my life, and yet it was actually very influential for a while. Like, kind of wild. And then like the measures for it would basically just like, there was a period of time also where like the measures for being autistic would be like, do you like collecting information about numbers and trains? And it's like, I mean, I personally do, but if I the reason why I have those interests is because I was socialized in a way, like my family were very, very explicitly like, gender roles are a bit silly. You should just do whatever you want. So like my family were very, very supportive of me being interested in, for example, trains. So like I just wasn't bothered by that. But like there are so many girls out there that are like interested in something like trains or whatever, and then they're basically told like, no, that's not for you. So like obviously as an adult, if you're responding to that questionnaire, you would then say, no, I'm not interested in trains, because you've never had a chance to explore that interest. Oh, it makes me angry. It makes me angry. Please just design measures that actually are based on the entire population and consider how socializing affects how people respond to the measures. It's please. Also, sorry, I've been distracted again and not looking at chat again. Let me have a look at who's joined us. Hello, Hunter. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Learning about pathological demand avoidance as an autism expression was a wake-up call for me. Yeah, right? Okay, so the thing is, I've been told that I'm a little bit pathological demand avoidance at times, but I don't think I am. For me, it's literally just a case of like for me to follow a rule, I need to understand the rule. If you give me a good reason as to why I should follow this rule, I'll be like, okay, that makes sense. I will do it. If like somebody is just like, do this because I said so, I'm like, well, that's not a good reason. I need to know the reason to know whether it aligns with my morals and values, to know whether I should be doing what you're telling me. You know? I don't think that's demand avoidance. I think that's just sensible, but you know. I don't know. What can I say? CNH, what the heck? What the heck? So much. I'm also, and thank you so much. What the heck? That's so kind of you. That's so generous. 73. What the heck? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Yeah, Mega Chad, exactly. Is Wait, is Mega Chad a thing? Absolute Giga Chad. Give this woman money, she has been crimed. Oh no. Giga Chad, Exa Chad. Absolute Google Chad. No, that sounds kind of cursed actually. That one sounds cursed. Thank you, Sinach. There's gonna be an ad. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm gonna catch up on chat. I'm gonna snooze the ad. We'll catch up on chat, and then when the ad appears, I'm gonna go and fill up my water drink, my drink of water, and then and then we will actually read the paper. I will make an attempt at reading French as well. Remind me to do that when I come back. Hello, Epic. Hi. How are you? Welcome. Sorry that I'm like 10 minutes behind. That kind of experience is pretty much the basis for my self-diagnosis. That's so fair. I mean, I never actually self-diagnosed. I got referred because I went and did a study at uni, and then they were like, your autism quotient screening is a bit ? Please go speak to your doctor. And then they referred me, and then I got diagnosed. So I guess that's my top tip. If you want to get an autism diagnosis, go take part in some research that's meant to screen you out for being autistic. Because then you'll have some data to fight the doctors with. And it's just a culture-wise autistic stim, innit? Psydere, the picture of autism, it's true. Literally look at me. I demand you explain this. What are we explaining? Wait. Oh yeah, so pathological demand avoidance is a recent categorization that's been validated in the UK but not in the US. It's a non-stereotypical expression of autism and is characterized by strong masking, no alexithymia, hyper-empathetic issues, and demands triggering fight or flight responses. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of masking, to be honest. This is what I mean when I say I'm pretty stereotypical. Like, I don't really mask. I'm quite bad at it, so yeah. Also, hi Bobo, hi. When my niece was being tested, the reviewer was going through it with her, and when my niece was like, why are you doing it this way? It's so annoying. And I was like, right, I have a system, and you do this and that. And then the reviewer was just looking between the two of us taking notes. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. When I had my assessment, my assessor was like, do you ever, you know, like self-soothe by doing anything? And I was like, no, I don't think so. And he was like, you're literally like fiddling with something right now and bouncing your knee. And I was like, isn't that normal? It was like, you've not made eye contact with me in 3 hours. Dear. Also, this is more like a tech tree buff or nerf to some, but you got it as a buff in charm. I mean, I got it as a buff in terms of like, I can just do, like, if I decide I like a thing, I will just keep doing it. That was basically my autism buff. Like, I decided I like VTubing, and then I was like, okay, I'm a VTuber now. And now I've got a Wikipedia in my brain that's slowly filling up with all of the pointless VTuber facts. So I don't know about a buff and charisma or anything though. I would say my charisma is very, very variable. It's easy on stream because there's not, like, I can control my environment to some extent. So like, I can't, like, if I'm around other people, I don't think that I'm particularly like, I would say that I am extroverted in the sense that like, I get very, very like sensory overloaded talking to people, but I enjoy talking to people. I get enjoyment from talking to people and like listening to them and learning about them. And I don't know. I would say I'm more extroverted. I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily charismatic though. Like I think I'm getting better at yapping, but that's a skill that I've developed. I don't think I have it naturally. Like if it comes across that way, then it's probably just because I'm relatively confident. Like I will just say stuff and I'm just like, deal with it. It's not about liking Sonic, it's about really liking Sonic. It's true. It's true. And I did really like Sonic. Do you know how many times I played through like the same 7 levels in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle? It's disturbing actually. And the Chow Garden, it was like 700 hours. It was terrible. Also, hi Scott. Hi. My brother believes that. Not the male brain theory. No, it's silly. I'm not gonna lie. It's silly. Also, hi Devok there. Hi. Fellow trainhead. Yeah, I love trains. Well, okay, actually, okay. I like trains. But like personally, I'm more of a tram kind of girl. I'm a big fan of like trams and light railways. Oh. What if the trains were pink and cute? I mean, that might get more stereotypical interest, I guess. Also, hi Arkin. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. My sister likes boxing more than me. That's fair. Boxing scares me though. I can't watch boxing because I'm like, they're hurting each other. They're hurting each other and I don't like it. Hey, can I have some salt? What is the reason for this request? Okay, I'm not that bad. It's more like you know, if somebody's like, you need to do this, you need to do this paperwork in this specific way, like in this specific order, then I'll be like, but why? Because, you know, paper 3 references paper 1. I get that, but also the information that I'm putting in paper 1 and paper 3 is also duplicating itself. So what is the point in doing that? I could just like send you one document with all the information and then you don't need these separate forms, and then they'll be like, no, do the forms. So it's more like that kind of thing. The lack of efficiency bothers me. Okay, right. There is about to be the ad now. I'm sorry. So I will be back in approximately a few minutes. I will be back in a few minutes. And I'm sorry for the ad. I'm sorry. But I'm gonna fill up my water because it has run out. And then we will read the paper. Yes. See you in a second. Yes. Hello. I have returned. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I feel like that was very good timing, actually. Look at me. I'm so on the ball. Okay. Where was I, actually? I was, let me just quickly check. Ikatono, I don't know if I said hello to you. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome. And then I think there was something I read where I was like, I want to acknowledge that. Oh yes, how was the subathon? Thomas, you asked how was the subathon? It was good, thank you. It was good. Honestly, I wish I could have streamed longer. Yeah, my vocal cords broke. I'm not designed for like, I'm not powerful enough to be a full-time streamer. I don't know why, but like my vocal cords, to be honest, like my lungs also, like I'm quite weak. I'm quite frail. This is why I also struggle with like singing, is because basically I get 3 songs in and then like I start sounding like I sound so bad. Because I have very weak vocal cords. I have a weak throat. I have weak lungs. I am just weak. So yeah. But yeah, it went good. It went good. I had a lot of fun. No eye contact for me. Don't look at me. Yeah, exactly. That's genuinely how I feel. Like, don't perceive me. Okay. Yeah, I was 1 second late. So bad. Well, I actually wasn't. I'll have you know that I pressed the button to return at the same time as the alarm went off. And I just have a slight delay on my transition because of the cute little animation. So I was actually like on the ball. So nah, take that. Okay. I looked out of the window and I saw some youths walking along holding some potatoes, and now I want potatoes. But I'm gonna control myself. Okay. So yeah, she'll blame the animation. I mean, it's a cute animation, no? It's a cute animation. It's worth it. It's worth the delay. Okay. Right then. Is Wednesday Addams autistic? The evil little voice in my head is like, read the French bit. By the way, this paper says that it's 32 pages, or the preprint, sorry. The preprint says that it's 32 pages long. It isn't. It's half of that, because it is the paper in English and then exactly the same paper in French. So it's actually quite short. And there's also references. So you're just inefficient with your tools. Yes, I'm inefficient with my life in general, to be honest. Hi! Zekiros, hi! Welcome! Hello. Hi, Zekiros. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. And hello, Sleepless Cheshire. Welcome in. Hi, Zek. How you doing? What were you up to today? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, raiders. If you don't know me, I am Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. Today we are... Wait, this is French. Wait. There we go. I can explain. Today we are reading a paper about whether Wednesday Addams, as portrayed in the Netflix series, is autistic. It's a preprint. It's not a full paper. It's not been peer reviewed, but I thought it sounded kind of fun. Especially since season 2's just come out. I haven't watched it yet. Please, no spoilers. And this paper came out after season 1, but I thought it sounded fun. So we're gonna read through it. Doing good. I'm glad to hear it. Playing more Final Fantasy 12, so you're getting through the game. Let's go. I really need to play Final Fantasy at some point. But like, Final Fantasy is one of those series where I'm like, I'm scared to even start because it's like a big series, right? I'm kind of scared to start. I know that I want to. I know that I should, but I'm also kind of like, I live in fear of it. I live in fear of it. I understand completely. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Whenever I say this to people, they're like, yeah, that's fair. Like, there are so many series that I feel like I should have got into when I was like younger. And this is one of them. This is one of them. I just never got around to it. But yeah, I really want to play at some point through the series. I really, really want to. But yeah, Zach, if you need to, you know, get away from the PC, stretch your legs, get some water, get some food, etc., please do that. You know, self-care is very, very important after you've been streaming. Obviously, you're also always welcome to hang around and to join us or to lurk. But yeah, please look after yourself, Shouty. Good. Go look after yourself. Go look after yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sound alert shocked me. I'm sorry. I think that, no, if I remember correctly, I think, who was it? Was it Cleeper? Was it you? Was it you who Shazammed it? Shazam, that's not the right thing, is it? Wait, no. Wait, is it? Somebody did the sound search on it and worked out what it was. And until then, like, I don't think that it entirely counts, but eventually at some point we had a big raid and people actually recognized what the song was. It's from Yojin Zbajin, which is absolutely iconic. It is an iconic piece of Czech folk music. It's definitely not unhinged. It's beautiful. Yeah, I know you would never. I know. Yeah, Yojin Zbajin. Exactly. Yojin Zbajin. It's so funny. I love that so much. Oh gosh. Have you seen the music video? Yes, it's amazing. Every single person in that music video is extremely relatable, especially the guy with the glass. That's just like my intrusive thoughts 24/7. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Cracking all my bones. Please don't crack all of your bones. That doesn't sound healthy. I didn't Shazam it, excuse me. I opened up one of your VODs and Shazam that for optimal performance. That is so rude. That is so rude. I'm impressed that it worked because it's a very, very small clip of it. It's like 4 seconds long or something on loop. So I'm genuinely impressed that it worked, but yeah. My music keeps pausing. Stop that. Stop that. Okay, right. Wednesday Addams, autism. Yes, it's time. Okay. So, introduction. Is Wednesday Addams autistic? This question did not seem to arise in Charles Addams' drawings from 1947 through to 1965, nor in the films. So yeah, there's been like multiple Addams Family films and TV series. For the simple reason that the Addams family, and especially the children, were thought of by Charles Addams with the belief that children are all sadists. Excuse me? He thought, what? That's kind of relatable, actually. That's how I feel when I get onto the bus and then all of the children are playing TikToks. I sit there and I think, yes, the children are all sadists. Charles Addams was quoted as saying, when watching the first episode of the first series, that the characters almost look like a typical suburban family, not half as evil as my original characters. Wednesday was designed ugly. Okay. Wednesday was designed ugly with tiny oval black eyes and all in black and white. Addams also quoted as saying that her family was upper middle class and thus would not be the macabre humor of the American middle class, as is sometimes heard, and would portray the antithesis of the American family of the time, as opposed to The Simpsons, which would be more of a stereotype of the average American family. Thus, the analysis of the Addams family must be done at the same level of all the characters who share the same way of life, the same interests and activities in an environment that is rather close to the world. In the Netflix series, the personalities of the characters, in the broad sense, not the psychological sense, of Wednesday Addams and her family members seem to have been modified. Pugsley, for example, is a sweet and sensitive boy, whereas Addams had conceived as him as the universal representation of the naughty boy. That's very true, actually. I thought that, like, Pugsley's character was very, very different in the Netflix series. But I guess it's like, He's like the victim, right? He's like the victim. And like, the vibe that I got was basically like Wednesday being like, this is my brother, only I may bully him. Everyone else, you're not allowed, and I will get revenge. But I can bully him as much as I want. Whereas like, from what I remember in like the older series and the older movies, it was like mutual. They mutually bullied each other. That didn't really come across as much in the Netflix series. I see his point as a former early year nursery teacher. It's true. Children are moral relativists. They're capable of anything. This is also true, actually. This is very, very true. Enjoy your lurk, Cleeper. Enjoy your lurk. Listening to someone scroll through TikTok on full volume is the worst. I don't have particularly bad sensory issues, but it makes me dissociate. It's so bad, isn't it? It's so bad. Like, I don't know why. It's like a thing now for like people to just play their videos out loud, like on the bus or on the train. It never used to be like this. It never used to be like this. Like people would put headphones on, or like if they were going to listen to something, they put it on the lowest volume and put their phone right up to their ear. I still do these things, but like just playing it out loud on full volume, like who lets you do that? That's weird. Stop it. That's not socially acceptable. I don't want to hear you watching like food TikToks. I don't want it. I think the most annoying one that I've ever experienced was like, I was on a bus. It was like a long bus. It was like a 2.5 hours bus. And there was just like this one girl that just kept playing. It was a clip of a song, but it was like the same 15 seconds of the song. Because like, I think she was either scrolling through the sound thing on TikTok, or she was editing her own TikTok. And it was just the same song on repeat, but like 15 seconds of it on repeat for like 2 solid hours. I was like, what is this? What is this? This is not acceptable. Back in my day. Yeah, it's true though. It's true though. Back in my day, if you played out music out loud on the train, everybody would like give you evils. They would stare at you and then you would feel awkward and then stop. And maybe even someone would go up to you and say, please, can you not do that? You're disrupting the other the other passengers. And now it's just like, even the train guards or like the bus inspector just like walks past it and just ignores it. It's wild. Truly wild. We live in a society. I would have hulked out. Oh. It's the end of civilized society, watching videos on max volume publicly. Honestly, it feels like it. This is why I should teach kids that sharing isn't caring all of the time. Also true. Also true. There are some circumstances where it is not caring. Very, very true. Speaking of not caring for others, so Wednesday Addams is different in the Netflix series. Pugsley is also different. They changed his personality from being, for lack of a better word, a horrible little menace, into being like a sweet and sensitive boy. Was it to conform to Netflix's specifications in the current era, or was it just Tim Burton's artistic touch, or a bit of all three? It's hard to answer that question today, but one thing is for sure, namely the social buzz around the new series. As an example, the hashtags, #Mercredi Addams and #Wednesday Addams account for 179.2 million and 15.1 billion views on TikTok as of December 11th, 2022, and 439.3 million and 25.4 billion views on TikTok as of January 28th, 2023. But what interests us here is the question that many people are asking on social networks. Is Tim Burton's character Wednesday Addams autistic? The expression Wednesday autistic gave 17 million views and Wednesday autism 20.5 billion views on TikTok on December the 11th, 2022, and 36.3 billion and 36.9 billion views on TikTok on January 28th, 2023. Scrolling on Google, searching on Google, the keywords Wednesday Addams and autism between the 1st of January 2020 and the 20th of November 2022, which is like just before it was released on November 23rd, we get 106 entries for the same search. And then The same search between the 21st of November 2022 and the 11th of December 2022. Oh, wait, wait, no, I'm confused. This is written in a really confusing way, actually. I'm so sorry. I know this is probably just like a draft because it's a preprint, but actually this is now confusing me and I don't know what's happening. So, right, Google searches, Wednesday Addams and autism. Between the 1st of January 2020 and the 20th of November 2022, there's 106 entries. The series was released on November 23rd. The same search between the 21st of November 2022 and the 11th of December 2022, there's something which is not specified. Oh, wait, also we get 94 entries, which is almost as much in 3 weeks as in almost 3 years. Okay. Okay, there's a full stop that shouldn't be there. Okay, I understand. No, this is French grammar, isn't it? This is French grammar. That's why that's thrown me. Okay, I understand now. I understand. So, between the 21st of November 2022 and the 11th of December 2022, there's 94 entries. Between the 12th of December and the 28th of January, there was 73 results. I mean, that's not many, actually. That's not many for the Google search terms, but there was a lot of views on TikTok, so that's interesting. Hi, Raggo! Hi! We live in a society. It's true. It's true. Monday's child is fairer face, Tuesday's child is full of grace, Wednesday's autism. Oh, it's true. It's true. Basically, this part, I'm gonna be real with you, this part is written badly. This part is written badly. I think because I don't think that's their fault. I'm going to put it down to the combination of it's a preprint, so therefore it's probably still a bit drafty. And also, this is clearly a bit of French grammar being used in English. Fair enough, it happens. But TLDR, the amount of searches that you could find within 3 years was the same, like before the series was released, was the same as in the 3 weeks after the series was released. That's the TLDR of what this is saying. And it's also the second most watched English language series on all of Netflix at the time of writing. Very close to Squid Games and Stranger Things. Yes, yes. Badly equals Frenchly. I didn't say that. I haven't said a single bad thing about the French in this entire stream. I hope you're proud of me. I'm failing the Brits, but I'm reaching out, you know. This is my olive branch. I'm being kind. I'm controlling myself. Okay. So so, is this question justified? The question being, is Wednesday autistic? Why do we get so many results with these keywords? These are the questions that I will try to answer in 2 parts. The first will analyze the science that many suggest that Wednesday is autistic and or something else. And the second will discuss the highlighting of scientific and social debates about autism emanating from Tim Burton's new series. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so first part, we're gonna look at whether Wednesday matches the diagnostic criteria, I think. And then the second part will be scientific and social debate about autism. Interesting. France, quote unquote, exists. UK, and we took that personally. We do take it personally. Well, actually, I mean, which way round does it start? Like, the beef has been going on for so long. And like, the thing is, now it's like friendly beef. Now it's friendly beef. But, where did it start? The Norman Conquest? Nobody knows. Sai says this, however, she has broken 17 baguettes during this stream. Not even eating them, just destroying them. So Pierre or Marie don't have them. I would never do that. I like a good baguette, thank you very much, okay? I like a good baguette. I must say that Carrefour is a pretty good supermarket, okay? Like I said, olive branch. Like, I would take a Carrefour over a Tesco, to be honest. I believe it was the French invading us first. It's the French's fault for creating us. Yeah, but if we take that approach, then that means that it's like it's our fault for America. I don't think I'm ready to shoulder that burden, to be honest. Where did it start? Sigh, wrong brother to ask. I'm the science one. My middle one is the historian. I need a historian to explain to me where did it all go wrong with both the British and the French. It's a trick question. It was never going right. Okay. Right, okay. I, Wednesday Addams, autistic or not? That is the question. Wait, I/Addams Wednesday, autistic or not autistic? That is the question. I'm so confused by this preprint, man. This preprint is an experience. This is an experience. France is also to blame for America. That's true, but they take more of the credit for Canada, so they kind of get out of it. Like, I feel like everybody remembers Canada because they still speak a bit of French and they forget about America, and then everyone just like now associates France with Canada and the UK with America, and I guess the Spanish with Mexico. And then that's just how it worked. And you know, Portugal with Brazil. And like, that's just how colonialism works now. And we just all ignore the fact that it was actually messy and everyone was involved in everything, really. But yeah. However, Canada is in the Commonwealth. I know, so it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Maybe the I's are one. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. It's the slash that's throwing me off, though. Like, what's up with the slash? Let's go have a look down at part 2. This is formatted in a really... Yeah, it looks like it's a slash after the... Okay, it's part 1. Thank you. Thank you, Racket. This is why you're the smart one. I'm just like, I see unstandard formatting and my brain can't process it anymore. I'm not sure if the Brits and the French know what started the beef. It's true. We just know that we dislike each other. But then, like, we don't even dislike each other because it's like one of those things where, like, we always go back and forth between the countries. You know, we have a lot of trade. We work together. We do, you know, we even learn each other's languages in school. And then it's just like, the beef is more like a meme than anything else at this point. But it's still there. To be fair, there are countries in the Commonwealth who were never under the Empire. Are there? I didn't know that. I don't know anything about the Commonwealth, actually. It's quite bad. I should probably know something about the Commonwealth. Don't go around accusing me of being smart. There's a lot to live up to. I mean, in the rankings, like, if we had to like rank the I was gonna say the Twitch misinformation streamers, and then I was like, wait, no, that's not the right way to phrase that. If we like rank the Twitch misinformation researchers, like you and Mylin are definitely above me in terms of the intelligence rankings. I'm at the bottom. Misinformation streamer. Yeah, let's not call ourselves that. If it's the misinformation streamers, I'll accept it. I don't know about that. I'll take it, but I don't believe it. It's true. It's true. I am just a very silly little sausage. See, the thing is that I'm not smart. I'm just good at like making weird connections between things, and that's how I got here. Because I turned up to my advisor and was like, here's a weird connection that I've put together. And my advisor was like, huh, that's interesting and novel. And then I was like, I don't know what I'm doing for 5 years. And then finally I managed to make it work. Yeah, but I don't know much about anything. I'm just good at noticing things. I love to propagate misinformation. No, not in my stream. I'll ban you. I got U's in A-levels. What does that make me? I got a U in my A-levels too. I got a U in chemistry. After the chlorine incident. A-levels mean nothing. They genuinely mean nothing. They're not even a good predictor of whether you're going to do well at uni. Well, they kind of are a little bit, but I don't think they are. I don't think that they're a great predictor of whether you're going to do well at uni. Because I knew loads of people that like, yeah, they did really well in their A-levels, and then they like went to uni and like, yeah, they did okay, but they got 2 1s, and it's like, but if you got like 3 A stars in your A-levels, surely you should then be getting a first at uni. Whereas I got very, very variable A-level results. Like I got 1 A, I got a B, but only after I resat it. And then I got my chemistry A-level was kind of wacky. Like I got U's in all of my A2 units. So yeah. Yeah. And then I resat it and I got U's in it again. So yeah. But then I went to uni and I did well. So I think it's because I was better at like self-directed learning than I was at just like memorizing and regurgitating. I'm still bad at like memorizing stuff. I can't memorize things. That's why like if you say to me like, oh, what do you think of this paper? Or what do you think of this researcher? If I haven't met them, I don't know who they are, basically. I'll just be like, I don't know. I don't know. And then I have to Google them to check who they are. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I've read this paper. I remember now. It's because I've got really bad like recall. Like my memory's fine, but I've got bad recall, basically. Yeah. I need a prompt. I'm like, I was going to say I'm like an AI, but that's not helping the Rin Penrose AI allegations, is it? So, yeah. I've got a lot of people in my life who are British or lived in Britain or whatever, and I still do not understand the education system at all. Like, I kind of know what sixth form is, but I still don't know what A-levels or O-levels or 2 1s or anything are. I mean, that's fair. We do have a really weird system. We have a weird system. O-levels are they're not a thing anymore. O-levels are not a thing anymore. So basically, like, 13 or 14 to 16, you do GCSEs. And those are like the basic qualifications that everybody is expected to do. So that's like compulsory education. Basically, to be able to get most jobs, you need to pass English and maths. And that'd be like, it used to be getting a C, but now they've changed it to numbers and I don't know how it works anymore. So yeah, like GCSEs are kind of like the equivalent of like a high school diploma, I guess. And then you do A-levels. Well, so like when you get to 16, you can then either branch off, you can go do a trade as like an apprentice, or you can go to college and learn like vocational skills in college, or you can stick in sixth form, which is like basically you're being prepped to go to university. And A-levels are basically like the first year of university. But you do it in like over 2 years for like three or 4 subjects. So I did all the sciences. I did psychology, chemistry, physics, and biology. And then I also did art. I did fine art as well. I did 5 because I was extra. But I ended up picking, I took longer to do it because reasons and stuff. So I picked up art as the extra one because I knew I was failing chemistry. So I was like, I need to, still have a way to get into university even if I fail chemistry. And yeah, once you're done with that's like 16 to 18, and then you go to university. And at university, we don't do like we don't do percentage grades, but we have like classifications, and if you fall within the range overall, like your average, your weighted average falls within the range, then that's the classification that you get at the end. So like 2-1 is kind of like the standard one. It's the one that most people get. And it's basically just like you passed and you did pretty good. There's also 2-2, which is you passed, but below average, but you did pass. There is some universities do like a third class honors. No, sorry, not honors. They do third class, which is like you passed but only just, and then you can obviously also fail. And then the top one is called a first class. You have to get over 70% in your marks, and that might, like, I know the American system, they actually often give like the full range of marks. In like social sciences in the UK, you do not get the full range of marks. Like the highest grade that I have ever seen in a social science in the UK and Ireland is 84. Like it's impossible to get 100%. 100% is basically like you should be publishing this. That's the way to think about it. And obviously no undergrad, well, I mean, they can get close to it, but like no undergrad just jumps straight into it and is immediately writing like, you know, publication grade papers. So you know, nobody ever gets it. Yeah, that's a kind of brief, well, it wasn't that brief, was it? But that's kind of roughly how it works. Yeah. I'm confused. My chat is my chat and my app are doing strange things. Personal opinion: school exams are a terrible way of assessing a person's knowledge on a subject. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of exam, right? If it's just like a regurgitation type of exam, I'm not a fan of them. I always did really, really badly in them. It's why I failed chemistry, was because you just had to sit there and memorize all of the like reactions and reagents and stuff, and I just couldn't do it. I need to like practically do things to learn that stuff. So I failed it. Biology was a bit better. I was able to like force memorize some of it, but I didn't memorize it in a kind of traditional sense of just like rote learning. I have to be interested in something. So I did really, really well in the stuff that was around like human anatomy and like basically stuff that could be applied to medicine. I did really well in it. And then all of the like, you know, like plant stuff, I didn't, and like microbes, I didn't do so well in. So I got a B in the end in that. But like you can get exams where like you're applying a skill or you're, you know, critically evaluating something. And I think that makes a bit more sense. Like if it's like an open book exam where you can apply your skill and like reference the stuff that you would normally reference, or like, analyze something, I think that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Seeking a 6-figure job, please don't ask if I know English or maths. I mean, nobody, they say that you have to pass English and maths to get any kind of basic job, and nobody has ever asked about my GCSEs, like ever. Even when I was like working in retail, they didn't care. So actually, no, sorry, I take it back. The only time that they ever did care was the NHS. The NHS was like, we need to see your certificates, and you also need to take a maths and numeracy test in order to get this job. I was like, okay, fair enough. Honors in the US means a different thing, I think. Does it? Interesting. Most degrees in the UK are honors by default. So basically, like, it's assumed that you, like, if you get a 2-2 or higher, you're going to get honors. I think honors in the UK means that you've done some kind of final year research project. So I think you can, in theory, do non-honors, but I don't know anybody that has ever graduated without honors, actually. I don't know anyone. How can she hate plant science? She sang the whole song about Pikmin. It's true, I did. I could go my whole life never having to take organic chemistry again. I feel the same way. I hated it so much. In organic chemistry, I found it a little bit more interesting. But like organic chemistry, just like memorizing what all of those silly little hexagons do, I hated it. I hated it so much. Bye, Luke. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I had to take basic arithmetic test for a job once. I can do the calculations in my brain, but I forgot how to do it in the normal way. I mean, do you need to do it in the normal way as long as you get the right answer? I did all of my working out on paper because I can't really do stuff in my head very well. I can't do stuff in my head very well. So I did everything like on paper, and they did look at it and be like, this is not how people normally do that. But I got everything right, so I got the job. I still have nightmares and I haven't taken it since 2017. That's a mood. Hi, Luna. Hi. I got my high school E on chemistry, maths, and English. Oh. I hate chemistry. I hate chemistry. We're in the same boat. I hate chemistry. Hexagons is geometry, silly bean. I haven't done maths since I was 15 either. I did my GCSE maths early. And then I was like, I'm never doing this again. I refuse. I was like, hi, Ariftima. Hi. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're good. I'm bad at maths, and then you realize they mean that they're bad at calculations. I'm bad at maths because I don't know like anything. I don't know anything. Like I vaguely know how an equation works. And then aside from that, I'm fine at calculating things. You know? I'm not great, but I'm not terrible. But like I'm bad at maths, as in like I don't even know what a calculus is. I never understood why you would do like sine or cosine or tangent. Like I never got any of them. I didn't understand it. It just like I remember my teacher, my maths teacher at school actually got angry at me when we were doing the sine, cosine, tan thing. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it is. I'm a chemical engineering graduate. Oh, let's go. That sounds so fun, actually. That sounds so fun. But you're orange and chemistry is orange. Why is chemistry orange? What? You don't do any stats work with your research? I do, but it's all done by my computer. So like I understand the statistics concepts, but I don't understand the maths behind them. I just have like, I guess I rely on like an intuitive sense for how things work, which is definitely not healthy or encouraged. I am now doing more qualitative research, to be fair, but yeah. I don't understand the maths behind them all. Like I understand the concept of like, okay, like for example, you know, you're comparing means and like the distributions of them, of like the groups, for example. Like stuff like that I understand. I understand like regression is straight line and you are working out how the point compares to the line. I like those things I understand, but if you ask me to work like to explain the maths behind it, I'm like, I don't know. I just ask God to do it for me, man. Our stats teachers may just do a 100-item t-test by hand. That is evil. That is evil and cruel. I never had to do this. Physics is blue, biology is green, chemistry is orange. What? Why? What? Is this a thing? I've been out of school too long to remember what I associate the colors with, so I learned how to do sine, cosine, tangent as well, well enough to pass geometry and trigonometry. Trigonometry, that was the thing that I hated. I remember now. That was the thing that my teacher got angry at me over. Back in high school, but it took a YouTube video from a machinist to help me really get it. This is the thing. I feel like there's so many good like learning resources just available on the internet now. And my teachers, like some of them were excellent at, basically the thing for me is that for me to understand a concept, I have to know why, okay? It's like, it's the same as the demand avoidance thing from earlier, basically. But like, okay, like basically the way that my teacher taught it was like, on this part, you do sine. On this part, you do cosine. And on this part, you do tan. And I was like, why? And he was like, because I said so. Just do it. And I was like, I can't remember this if you don't tell me why. And he was like, you don't need to know why. It's too complicated. And I was like, no, I need to know why. And that was why he got angry at me. But like in contrast, my biology teacher and my psychology teacher, if I was like, I need to know why, they would tell me why. And that was why I did a lot better in them. So I like the idea of teaching stats via hand calculating it. In my master's degree, I had a professor who had us calculate factor analyses and structural equation models with a pencil and paper. It was the most instructive stats education I've received in my entire education. See, it probably would be beneficial to do it, right? It probably would be beneficial to do it. And I would probably gain a lot from doing it, but it sounds scary. My phone's dying. Oh dear, wait. My tracking's going to be bad for a little while because I've had to turn the one energy source I have off from my light and onto my phone. I apologize profusely. She hates triangles, it's true. I mean, like I said, hexagons are the bestagons, even though I hate organic chemistry. Sine, cosine, and tangent were pretty easy for me to understand, and I still use them occasionally for stuff. I need to actually learn what it is. I feel like I need to learn what it is on purpose, just to spite my evil maths teacher who made us stand up when we entered the classroom. I feel like I need to do that. That is the ideal posture for your model to be frozen in. Am I frozen? Oh. Oh. I'm frozen. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Why is it not even doing the nice, like, transition again? Why? Okay. Is this working now? That's not what I was after. Okay. Okay. That one up. And that one. That. Down. Okay. There we go. Okay. OBS working as intended. It keeps resetting. It keeps resetting my transitions. And I'm like, why are you doing this? You're making me angry. Okay, what's going on here? Why are you now no longer working? Camera off. Camera on. Hello? I see. Is it just that it can't see? Oh. Well, that's problematic. So I've worked out what the issue is, okay? So, okay, watch this. Okay. So, that's still the wrong transition. I'm gonna commit crimes. This. Is this now finally going to work in the way into... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. What is happening? What is happening? Yeah, there we go. We got there eventually. Okay, so basically, this is what happened. This is how I look by default. And if I go like this, look, now the tracking is suddenly working again. Isn't that wild? Wow. And if I go... I'm breaking things. If I like move that away, this is my phone light. The problem is actually a lack of light. So my choice is either I can look at chat or I can look at... The choice is either face tracking or looking at chat. Why? The setup is so scuffed. Oh my goodness. It's so scuffed. It's so scuffed. It's so scuffed. Okay. I guess we're just gonna have to... I'm gonna have to sacrifice you all. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to sacrifice you all because I think the face tracking's more important. I'm so sorry. That's why I use non-camera tracking when I'm running RPGs and have the lights on the board. This is smart. This is smart. The thing is that like this, I don't know how to change it. Basically, I've got like an Elgato light, and it does have a battery, but it just doesn't work. So, and I think it's something to do with the settings, but I don't know what to do with that. So it just doesn't. I guess I don't know. That's just where we're at. Okay, can I at least maybe go like this? Pop out chat. Maybe I'll be able to do this. Okay. This. No, not that. This, and then this. Okay, I think I've got it working. Can I scroll? I can. Oh! I'm a genius! I'm a genius. Now I've got you all exactly where I want you. Oh, I can observe. I can observe. Hi, Nico. Hi. How are you doing? How are you doing? Are we reading a whole paper at unobservable speed again? Yes. Yes, we are. And I'm struggling profusely because the author is French. I don't think I need to elaborate on that statement. I'm about to cry mute. Oh. Yes, scatter. Run. Run. Okay. Elaborate. Okay, basically some of the grammar in the writing is like French grammar rather than English grammar. So I'm really, really struggling to parse it at times. And then I realize that it's French grammar, and then I can understand it again because I don't speak French, but I can kind of read French because I do actually have a qualification in it. So I can then go back and work out what it's meant to say as a like more accurate English translation. That's the TLDR. I'm struggling. Maybe should have used ChatGPT to fix his grammar. I can't remember when ChatGPT started being a really big thing. He might have written this before. I don't know. Okay. In this part, I will first discuss the signs that could suggest that Wednesday Addams is autistic, before highlighting those that could suggest that she is not autistic. Sensible. When you know multiple languages, they tend to blend together. This is true. Sometimes, even I, despite being aggressively monolingual, I think I've said before, I've got qualifications in a few other languages, and even I sometimes find myself like inserting words from those languages, especially like in between the languages. So like if I'm trying to speak German, my brain will add in random like Polish words, for example. And it's a mess. It's a mess. It doesn't work very well. Yeah. Ironically though, fixing grammar in tech writing seems to be a good use for LLMs as opposed to making it write stuff altogether. This is true. I've got like forced AI integration into some of my work stuff, unfortunately. Like I say unfortunately because it is literally forced. We can't opt out of it. And some of the feedback it gives, like most of the time it's like, okay, basic, thanks. But sometimes it's actually quite helpful. And I'm like, thank you, random little AI algorithm. I appreciate you. Can you demonstrate? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My attempts at speaking any language other than English are absolutely atrocious. They're so bad. Like I just like deer in headlights. I just forget everything the second that I trying to speak it. But like reading is kind of fine. Like reading I can kind of work out because it's like I'm processing something static. Whereas like social interaction is like I'm overloaded by interactions in English. Trying to do it in another language is just something else. I think the funniest story that I've ever got was that I went to a conference in Poland once, and I got lost. I got lost in this city. And like I went up to like a random old couple and I was like, please, can you help me? I'm so lost and confused. But the first thing I said to them was like, I said in Polish, do you speak English? And they said no. And then they were like, Russian? And I was like, no. And then they were like, German. And I was like, kind of. So we managed to have a conversation that was like partially English, partially German, and partially Polish. And it was like the most messed up, weird conversation. I forgot the word for train station. And I was like, insert town name. Conjugated correctly in Polish. And then Hauptbahnhof? And they were like, yeah. It was very funny. And they helped me find my way back. I was lost. And they helped me find the place that I needed to get to. So that was good. If I'm reading German, my brain inserts random yelling so that I understand it better. Oh. Thank you, regression model pretending to be sentient. Literally me. It's really fun when your older sibling is a language expert and accidentally smushes together grammar from dead languages into English because they're tired. It's like, bruh, that ain't English. That's so funny. That's so funny. I love that. International woman of mystery. It's true. You will never hear my cursed blend of English, German, and Polish. I guess in theory I could also potentially add in a bit of blend of French in there too. And also potentially Japanese. And also potentially like a tiny little bit of Irish. So yeah, look forward to that one day. One day we'll make that happen, but I'm not confident enough. Because I don't speak any of these languages like in my day-to-day life. So I just speak English. So I never have the chance to practice. Because like if you're learning like French or German, people are just like, they just default back to English. Not so much French, actually, in my experience. My experience is that French people are a little bit more open to practice it. But like if you're trying to learn German or Polish, they just go back to English because they speak it better than you will ever speak German or Polish. So Voist dead choo-choo. See, I can say like Voist der Hauptbahnhof. I can say that. That's fine. But like, actually, I don't know if Hauptbahnhof is a der or a D or a das. Now I say that. I mean, things like that, people are kind of just ignore it from my experience. Although saying that, actually, when I was a teenager, I did have one German person be like, you're gendering all of your nouns incorrectly. And I was like, I personally don't care. I'm sorry, I just don't care enough. I just don't care enough. I just don't care enough to gender my nouns. Like, I don't care if my train station is a he or a they or a she. I really just don't care. Like, most languages borrow from each other. English ambushes languages in dark alleys and shakes them down for loose verbiage. It's true. It's true. We are quite aggressive with stealing words. My tummy's not happy with me. Gonna lie down. I hope you feel better soon. I hope you feel better soon, Guns. No, misgendering inanimate objects. So bad. So bad. How could I? So terrible. Okay, should we actually like read the paper now? Should we actually like go? Wait, there's gonna be an ad again. I'm so sorry. Have I just spent an entire hour just yapping? I don't know why I'm surprised by it at this point. I don't know why I'm surprised. Let's get the ad out of the way. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should just stop being surprised by it at this point. 2 hours, actually. Good lord. Good lord. And troubleshooting. That's true. We did troubleshoot. We did troubleshoot. So that's good. That's good. Yeah, you say it like that's not what usually happens. It's true. I feel attacked. And I feel attacked. Enjoy your luck, Cleaver. Enjoy your luck. Maybe we need to start tracking words per hour instead of words per minute. I mean, it's just a variation of the same thing, right? That's just like the same thing on a different scale. So, yeah. That's the content. Yeah. What's your favorite book? That's a good question, the good stuff, because I don't read. Like, I can't tell you. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm thinking. I don't even know what I've read, like, semi-recently. I can't even tell you. No, I got nothing. I used to have, like, a Goodreads account that would tell me what my favorite book was, and then I got rid of it. And I kind of regret doing that, actually, because now I don't know what my favorite book is anymore. So, yeah. I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea. And yet I can tell you my favorite bridge. So I don't know what that says about me as a person, frankly. Probably nothing good. Probably nothing good. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not helping the can't read allegations. Is there can't read allegations? Is this a thing? Is there can't read allegations? I don't know if there is. I don't know if there is can't read allegations. I can read. I'm hyperlexic. I just choose not to. You have your priorities straight. Yeah, very clearly, it's much more important for me to be a yapping cartoon woman on the internet than it is to be like cultured and to read and stuff. Boring. That being said, though, I do want to like I do have a library account and I do get ebooks. I do get ebooks through my library and I have a e-reader. So I keep intending to at some point, you know, read. So now that you've said that, now maybe I will actually go away and like download some stuff onto my e-reader and then I will finally read. I hate that I'm addicted to Goodreads. I never really got into it though, so you haven't read the paper in 2 hours, so I don't need this negativity, okay? I don't need this negativity. Choosing not to read is most of this stream, isn't it? It's true. It's just a personality trait at this point. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's not that I can't read, it's that I don't read. There's a difference. Very important semantic difference there. Reading will come back the further from grad school you get. Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Like, I've just had to read and write an entire book, basically, and I'm kind of a bit burnt out on reading and on writing. And I do intend to get back to both. But right now, I'm just kind of like... I mean, also, like, obviously there's been loads of life stuff going on as well. But now I do just, like, sit there in the evening and go, wow, I wish I had something that isn't just watching the same YouTube videos again and again. So maybe I should read. Maybe I should read. Who knows? Who knows? I'm inspiring people to read more. Let's go! I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go download a book. What was I reading? I started reading. Yeah, I downloaded an ebook. I can tell you what I've read recently. I remember now. I read the first Tales from the Murasaki Bookshop. I read that. I read it for a book club, and then I never actually got to the book club, which was very on brand for me. Yeah. But like I read the whole thing in a less than 8 hours. I literally just sat down and powered through the whole thing in one go. So yeah. And then I got halfway through the second one and then didn't finish it because I got distracted and my library borrow ran out. And then I started reading I Want to Die But I Want to Eat Tteokbokki. I started reading that and I also got halfway through it and then got distracted by life things and didn't finish it, and then my ebook expired. So I should go back and finish both of those. That should be my goal, is to go back and finish them. The spreadsheet does say no words have been read. I couldn't format it correctly, so I skipped it. Oh. But I have read some words. Wow, fix the formatting issue. I refuse to be slandered in this way. It took like a year after grad school and then suddenly I was reading 3 novels a week. That's wild. That's wild. That's good. What do you think? What did I think of Murasaki Bookshop or I Want to Die but I Want to Eat Tteokbokki? The former, it was a very cozy read. The Murasaki Bookshop was a very cozy read. It was kind of cute, but I also felt like not much happened. But then it was kind of like I was okay with that because it felt like not much happened and that was intentional because it was kind of a story of somebody learning that it's okay to just be mindful and live in the present and not be stuck in your own head all of the time. So I think like the fact that in the grand scheme of things, not much happened and it was just kind of cozy. Like, I think that was very, very intentional with regards to the overall message that the story was trying to give, you know? Yeah. Technically it's libel, not slander. Does chat count as talking or writing? I don't know, actually. Let's just say it's both. That way I can get you done for both. Oh dear. Okay. Right then. Shall we actually read some more of this paper? We're gonna do it. Okay, so. Hi Zee! Hi, how are you? I hope you're good. Stream's going okay. I'm 3 pages in, as always, so that probably says something, but I'm good, thank you. How are you? I hope you're good. Okay. Right, so Wednesday Addams, autistic or not autistic? That is the question. In this part, I will first discuss the signs that Wednesday Addams could be autistic, and then highlighting those that suggest that she is not autistic. Okay, so the signs supporting the idea. What is this topic? Wednesday Addams, the Netflix version. Is she autistic? That is the paper. So here are the signs supporting the idea that Wednesday Addams from the hit Netflix series Wednesday is autistic. The title that I love, the running header, Wednesday Addams autistic, Mercredi Addams autiste? Question mark? Oh, it's so funny. Very important science, exactly. Well, there's a preprint on this. I know, right? I don't know what this is about. It's kind of fun, though. I'm kind of enjoying it. Okay. In this subsection, I will link the behaviours observed of Wednesday Addams in the 8 episodes of the first season, and I'll analyse it from the perspective of the autistic categorical descriptions of Sukareva, 1926 through to 27, translated by Rebecchi. Nice, cute little self-citation there, girl. I don't know why I said girl. I don't know this person's gender. Okay, and then also Asperger's classification, Leo Kanner's classification, and then turning my attention to the 5th version of the DSM, which is essentially based on the work of Lorna Wing, who argued that there is an autistic continuum characterized by a triad of severe impairments in social interaction and associated abnormalities. I don't like this wording, but it's fine. It is what it is. The purpose is to not make a clinical diagnosis, very important, but to relate Wednesday's observed behaviors in only 8 episodes to historical and clinical descriptions of autism. There you go. This is not diagnosing Wednesday. We're not doing diagnosis. We're just doing an exercise in intellectual curiosity. Damn girl, you autiste. It feels like a Tumblr post and not a paper. Yeah, and I think as I'm reading this more, I think the reason why the English is a bit weird is because I think that this has actually been written in French first and then directly translated into English. So I think that's where like the language things are coming up. But I'm gonna do my best to like process it in a way that makes sense for everybody as best as I can. A shocking amount of academics and researchers spend an inordinate amount of time on Tumblr. It's true. Can confirm. Male or female or girlies. It's true. It's like lads. Lads, girlies, they're all gender neutral terms. Okay. According to Sukareva's clinical picture, affective ambivalence characterized by the ambivalence of feelings. Wednesday Addams seems to love and hate at the same time her parents, who forced her to come to this institution, but she doesn't reject them when they come to see her. On the contrary, she spends time with them. Thing, who is her who is her accomplice in the series, but whom she threatens with death on many occasions. Enid, her roommate, who she takes a liking to without being continuously pleasant or empathetic towards her to the point that she changes rooms. But also her classmates from Nevermore Academy. Xavier Thorpe, her long-haired classmate, and Eugene Oettinger from the Beekeeping Club. And Jericho, Tyler Galpin, the barista, and his father, Donovan Galpin, the town sheriff, with whom she blows hot and cold depending on the episode and the situation. Suhareva is pronounced Suhareva. Suhareva? Oh, Suhareva? Suhareva? Is that right now? What was I saying? Suhareva. Oh yeah, no, I think I may be adding a slight English flair onto the top of that. Isn't threats of death just a family trait? Yes. Yes. This is the thing. I don't know if I got the vibe that she loves and hates her parents. Like, that is just love in a different in a different way of expressing it, I guess. Like, they're doing it in their family's way. I don't know. So, here are the next, an inadequacy of emotional reactions. This element can be defined as the fact that Wednesday does not react as the norm and the conventions would impose. We observe that Wednesday Addams seems content to suffer and be unhappy, and that on the other hand, she appears very unhappy to be happy, appreciated and loved by her relatives. Yes. Yeah, I mean, Wednesday's child is full of woe, right? Whoa. Wednesday child is full of woe. That was like the whole point of her, right? So she enjoys being unhappy. Although I don't know, I feel like it does change a little bit over the course of the series. I don't know. Thing was the severed hand. Yeah, the handy fella. I do feel like they're attributing cultural values as autistic symptoms here. Well, this is from very, very old. From very, very, very old work. This is from the 1920s. So yeah. Okay. Complex and contradictory emotional combinations. This point can be positively illustrated by the information and examples given in the previous 2 points. I feel like we're not really getting any concrete examples, though. I feel like this would be a lot more fleshed out if we had concrete examples. Like, can you please give me a concrete example of an inadequacy of emotional reaction? Like, I mean, I can think of a few, but I would prefer for you to give me actual examples in the paper. That would be good. Like, the previous information and examples given in the previous 2 points, like, this one doesn't have any examples. Like, hello? A great variability of mood. Wednesday Addams seems quite sable in her taste, choices, mood, and relationship. It's very rare that she appears joyful, smiles, or is euphoric for a person or an event. This is true. Low or selective sociability and reserved or not very accessible character. I'm not being funny, but literally just like looking like this so far, I know this is very, very early classification. Already, like, if this was the classification, it would not apply to me. So yeah, because like I do have very, very understated emotional reactions to things, but I don't think I have complex and contradictory emotional combinations. But even then, like, I would say that this is just like humans. Like, everybody has that. That's kind of, I mean, I don't really that much because I have alexithymia, so I probably do have them and I just don't know. But like, that's just human. That's just a human experience. Not like, are you seriously telling me that most people are just happy and then they are just sad and they never have like sometimes both at the same time? There is literally an emotion that's like bittersweet. That's literally a thing. Come on. And a great variability of mood. Like, I don't have that. I'm pretty stable in my mood because I don't know what my mood is most of the time. So yeah. And then like low or selective sociability. I mean, it's selective in the sense that I choose not to interact with people who are going to be rude to me because I'm autistic. But I wouldn't say that I'm unsociable, and I wouldn't say that I'm not accessible. I don't know. So yes, these definitely, I don't think these have aged particularly well. Yeah. Also, hi Armandas, thank you for the hydrate. Oh hydrate. And also hi Break Bye. Hi. How are you? How are you both? I hope you're both doing good. This kind of feels like a layperson trying to write something formal. This person has a PhD though, and they have published multiple papers on this kind of topic. Like I said, I feel like this might be just partially like it might be like a field thing. I don't know what field they're in. This doesn't feel psychology though. If this was psychology, then it would be like you choose you would probably just use the DSM criteria, and then you would do like in-depth case study, like providing concrete examples for each thing rather than just like stating the thing and then like a 2-sentence summary of like her character, because it's like there's no evidence. You're not giving any evidence. If you include the basic features of being alive as a diagnostic criteria, it makes diagnosis very easily. This is true. It's true. Complex and contradictory emotional combinations. I think there isn't an autistic paper in the world. There's an autistic paper in that paper, and it isn't Wednesday. Right? Like I said, that's literally just human. It's just human. Sometimes academics are just not very good writers. Judith Butler is the best philosopher of the last 100 years and perhaps the worst writer. Dude, Judith Butler's writing, no, I can't do it. The writing's, no. I can't do it. I just cannot. I'm literally hyperlexic and I cannot process what they're saying. Kind of wacky. Sometimes academics are just not good at academic. Oh. Hi, Cheeseburg. Hi. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're good. I would think that you establish the modern perspective and then contrast it to a historical perspective. Yes, but like, I don't even know what's the point of bringing up the historical perspective in this case. Like, I don't see the point of bringing up like a classification system from the 1920s. Like, it was literally 100 years ago. What's the point? We're not using it anymore. We've moved on. So it does seem a bit random to me, but I don't know. Anyway, so low or selective sociability, reserved and not very accessible character. Wednesday Addams does not get close to many of her peers. On the contrary, she chooses her relationships and does not try to please or be popular. She rejects, for example, the use of social networks. As explained above, it's also difficult to relate to her. For example, with Enid, Tyler, and Xavier, who try to get close to her but are often rejected. I feel like that this isn't true. I feel like this is like the fundamental of her character development over the course of the series. Am I missing something here? I was under the impression after watching it that the fundamental takeaway is that her character development is that she starts off being extremely like nihilistic and misanthropic and not wanting, like, thinking that people are evil and not wanting to interact with them. And then she like gets exposed to like the fact that actually people are quite complex, give them a bit more credit. And then she eventually ends up having friends, and she is even a little bit nice to them at the end, like by the end. So I don't feel like that's true. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering it because I haven't watched it in ages. Like, I watched it when it came out. But I thought that was like the fundamental of her character development. I read nonfiction basically as a job now, and I couldn't do a Judith Butler book, and I've read some dense books. Yeah, this is the thing, right? I mean, I also effectively read, I joke about not reading, but I do also read nonfiction as a job. Like, I read papers and stuff as a job. And like, no, I can't do it either. I feel like you could make a better argument, although it's still spurious that a thing is autistic. They have non-existent eye contact and limited communication. I actually, okay, you probably could, but I would very, very much argue against it. I actually feel like Thing is the most neurotypical character in that entire series. That's my opinion. Unless they're contrasting 1920s classification with the 1920s Wednesday media, then using the ones that are later classifications that are used in comparison to the later character. Yeah, this would be super interesting. Why have they not done that? Do like an in-depth exploration over time. That would be super cool, but they haven't done that. So, sad. Sad. I really wanted to read Who's Afraid of Gender because it's an important topic. I gave up after 3 hours and 20 pages, honestly. I read like literally one paragraph and then was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'd honestly agree. Thing is very empathetic. Exactly, right? Exactly. I think he's the most neurotypical character in the whole series. And I think also like the thing that has just been completely ignored in the introduction to this paper is that like, I do think that a lot of the characters are written as neurodivergent coded, but I also think that that's because, let's be honest, Tim Burton himself is probably in some ways neurodivergent. Like, I don't know the specifics, but from what I have read of like, you know, interviews and stuff, like dude's brain functions in a different way to the average person. I'm not diagnosing him with anything, but dude's brain functions in a different way to the average person. And I wouldn't be surprised if like the characters come across in a certain way because the writer and director comes across in a certain way, if that makes sense, or like thinks about the world in a certain way. So, and that's just been completely ignored in the introduction. I'm actually going to do a quick fact check on myself. Psydere diagnoses you with weird chap in it. A quirky individual. Let's see. I mean, there's nothing on there specifically about it, but I don't know. Like, it is true. Like, a lot of people that are I was a quirky individual until I got my autism diagnosis. I'm just saying. I'm having a very, very quick skim of the early life. No, there's no mention on there. There's no mention on there. Huh. Huh. I love Wikipedia. Okay, I'm gonna do a. Okay. So Tim Burton has said in interviews that he doesn't have any diagnosis, but he identifies with being neurodivergent. Apparently. So he said in interviews that he kind of identifies with the neurodivergent community and he identifies as potentially being autistic. So there you go. There you go. And that's like context that's just been completely ignored. And that really annoys me. Man applying real life psychology to fictional characters makes me sad. There's probably some actual good research to be done in fiction, but instead we're diagnosing Wednesday with autism. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, looking at how people respond to the character, like, I feel like it would be really, really interesting to use it as like a conversation point for like a focus group or something, you know, like interviews. Like, getting qualitative research done onto like, okay, you as an autistic person identify with this character. Why? What about the character do you identify with? And like that would be really, really interesting. That would be really interesting. But yeah. So hi, Lace Fades. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. In this paper, we hope to establish the link between being quirked up and having a little bit of swagger. Oh, I wish that I had even 3% of anyone's swagger, but I do not. Unfortunately, I have math boy autism. It's a little saucy. It is a little saucy backer of diagnosing anyone in the Addams family. If you know the reason they were written the way that they were written, the Addams family was a literary commentary of media at the time and how the families interact and what roles are presented. They were weird because the married couple were supportive. Dad was emotional and supportive. The kids were into things. They had healthy relationships. That was the commentary, so it can be saucy. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Exactly. It's evolved, but when you see Gomez being so into his wife was a commentary on married men at the time. It's wild when I learned that. Yeah, right. Because like basically like the typical American family at the time that it was written was like, man is cold and emotionless. woman does household woman things, and then child just is good child and goes to school. And obviously, like things have developed. Like child is quiet and just does what their parents tell them and goes to school. And like obviously things have developed a lot since then. But yeah, I mean I guess that's part of the reason why Tim Burton adapted it so heavily, right? Because I do trust that Tim Burton knew that. Like Tim Burton gives me the energy of somebody that does a lot of like really obsessive background research into it, which is why I think the series was so well received, like both from the general public and also from Addams Family fans. Like I do think it's because he understood the source material and did some really, really sensible adaptations to kind of match it to like the current time. I think he did a really good job of it, frankly, but yeah. Some people cope well and don't get diagnosed. I'm a deeply strange person, but I've never been diagnosed with anything, not even ADHD. I actually got mad in high school. I'm way more hyperable and distractible than that guy. That's the thing, right? If you can cope with life, you just get ignored. Like I said, I coped perfectly fine with life mostly. I didn't, but I kind of hid that I wasn't coping with stuff. And then because of that, I didn't get my diagnosis until quite late. So yeah. Good, how are you going? I am surviving, thank you. I'm okay. Math boy autism is a gift and a curse. It's so true. It's so true. Math boy autism makes me to become a cartoon character that talks about science on the internet, which in itself is both a gift and a curse. So yeah. Just off the top of my head, it'd be interesting to know what is the difference between audience relating to neurodivergent characters and neurodivergent coded characters who are either human or non-human. Yeah, that would be super interesting. That would be so interesting. Psydere. Where does the term math boy autism come from? I need to know. It comes from Ellie Minibot. Wait, I don't know if she came up with it though, but I've picked it up from her. Math boy autism and hot girl autism. They're not gendered terms, by the way. Also, hi Lamberstein, welcome in. Thank you for the lab safety racer check-in. I hope you're good. Yeah. Okay. So, motor impairment affecting social relationships and relationships with others. Wednesday Addams appears to have very good fine motor control with her cello and gross motor control with her fencing. Okay, to be fair, I do have pretty bad motor impairment, actually. I do walk into doorways and stuff all the time. I can't deny that. Hello, scary science. Like, why am I scary? Why am I scary? What did I do? No. Citation, Oshi. Science is scary. Well, I don't want it to be scary. That's why we're reading a silly paper about whether Wednesday Addams is autistic. So, Wednesday fencing, Psydere, sumo. What? What are you implying? Autiste gives me the impression of crafting a gourmet safe food. me when I stack up my hash browns with exactly the right amount of hot sauce and mayonnaise layered in between them. Oh, that you run into things. Do sumos run into things? I don't know. I thought they just push each other. I don't know anything about sumo. Now, motor skills in of themselves aren't really a symptom of autism. The deficits are actually mostly due to issues with imitation. I'm getting into the DSM a bit, though. That's super interesting. I actually don't know much about that bit. All I know is that it took me until I was 15 to learn how to tie my shoelaces. And I still walk into doorways to this day. I permanently have bruises all over me for no reason. They just appear. Poor parkour. I'm not even trying. It just... If I did parkour, I would actually just die, I think. So, They push each other out of the ring. That bit I kind of vaguely knew. Okay. Suggestibility, negativism, and distrustful and compulsive attitudes, and insecurity and lack of confidence. That's a large number of things all in one go. Wednesday Addams does not seem to be open to outside influences, especially from people with authority and power, such as Larissa Weems, the principal of Nevermore, Donovan Galpin, the town sheriff, or Valerie Kinbot, the psychologist. On the contrary, she's very suspicious of all of these characters, but also of her parents and some of her classmates, like Bianca Barkley, the mermaid, for example. She also resists the requests of all these characters as much as she can and acts without caring about the consequences or the warnings that are given to her. She will, for example, investigate in the forest several times despite the risks involved. Okay. Wednesday has little trust in the protagonists of the series. Whether this is justified or not is another question. And in the people that she is supposed to trust, such as Marilyn Thornhill, the botany teacher, the school principal, and the sheriff. Okay, I have questions. I don't know if she just distrusts them or if she just like, again, I kind of thought that the whole point was that she's meant to be smart and she was piecing together things. Like, it's basically a detective story. It's basically a detective story. And I feel like that was kind of the whole point of the narrative arc of the series. And like, yes, at first she is like very distrustful, but again, she comes around and she learns like which people are actually on her side and that there is good in people. So I'm not sure that that's a fair comment because again, like by the end of it, she kind of stops being like that, you know? I don't know. I don't trust anything that explains what autism is. That's extremely relatable, actually. That's extremely relatable. But yeah, and then like the thing about like she will investigate the forest several times despite the risks involved. Like I thought she was going because of like, first of all, she's low-key kind of a risk seeker. Like she's a thrill seeker, let's be honest. Like she was probably going a little bit because of the risks. But then also like she was just very, very driven by her curiosity. She just wants to piece the things together. I don't think that that's her like being like not being compliant. I think that that's just she values her curiosity over doing what she's told. Like it's just different values. I don't think that that matches up with these things about like negativism and distrustful and compulsive attitudes and stuff. I don't think that was compulsive. It was very, very calculated actually. So yeah, not convinced on that one. Yeah, exactly, Majorine, exactly. All of the people that she distrusts or resists are the potential suspects. Exactly. Like, it's justified. I don't like that they don't give specific examples. They just assume that they're right. Exactly. This is really annoying me, actually. I want more in-depth information. I want more in-depth information about why you think this. It's almost as if she matures out of a certain age. You could call it, I don't know, coming of age. Exactly. It's almost as though she is written like a horrible little teenager. Oh, gosh. So, hi, Talarian. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Welcome. I hope you're good. Okay. Right. Persistent childhood manifestations. This will change over the course of a lifetime. Wednesday Addams seems to have always been like this. When she goes to see her father in the visiting room, they talk about an anecdote about her as a child that may suggest that she has always been special and different from others. In short, apart from the motor insufficient... Wait, that's just the end. That's literally not true. We see character progression over the course of the series. I'm actually annoyed. This is annoying me. Okay. This is where we're getting into the dangerous crossover between like this was a piece of media that I liked and I know quite well, but also like I kind of know a bit about the academic side of this too, and as a passionate fan, I am saying you're wrong. And the fan side of me is not as good at doing, you know, Proper academic critique. How can I say that more proper academic critiquely? There is a narrative arc across the series where she goes from being, you know, distrustful and assuming the worst in everything and everyone, to then learning that sometimes people are genuinely on your side and can be a positive influence in your life, even if you like things to be negative. They can still make that experience better. That's the point of the series. That's like the key of the narrative, is that she is developing and learning these skills. And this is even reflected on in the last episodes. Like, this is very explicitly reflected on. So to say that there is persistent manifestation and little change over the course of the lifetime, I disagree, because we as viewers of the series see the change happening in front of our eyes. It's in the story. So yes. There you go. There's my more appropriate academic critique. Oh, goodness gracious. That's my problem with applying real life concepts to fictional characters. They're not meant to be human. They're meant to evoke emotions. Exactly. This is why using media as a means to like bounce off for like qualitative research, for example, is much more interesting to me, because it's like, I don't really like the media itself. We all have our own interpretations of it. I don't really like understand like media studies as a field, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool. Like, I also enjoy like dissecting things, but for me, it's like a hobby. I can't really relate to like wanting to do that as research. But I find the way that people respond to media way more interesting. So like I said, like getting a bunch of autistic people and non-autistic people and showing them the series and seeing how they respond to different aspects of Wednesday's character, that would be super interesting to me. But like just going through and then kind of vaguely being like, I swear to God, bro, she is totally like this throughout her whole life. Trust me, bro. I mean, at least with this one, there's an actual like specific example, but you know, like doing that, like, I don't know. I feel like it's more fun to do that as like fan content. Like, I would love this as like a video essay, for example. Still not the stuff about using the old like criteria, but like a video essay about why autistic people relate to Wednesday Addams. That would go hard. I would make that video essay, actually. I would make that. Psydere being my spirit animal as a passionate autiste. Haven't seen the Netflix series and I only know the psychology side, and yes, they're wrong. Yeah, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. The analysis does not acknowledge the complexities of fictional narratives and the framework of character development, opting for a more true-to-life analysis, which may not be appropriate in this case. Yeah. The best way to say academically, you're wrong, your parents hate you, any significant others you have hate you, and if God forbid you ever have spawn, they'll hate you. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family, dishonor on your cow. I mean, that's the point of media analysis. It doesn't feel like a media analysis. It feels like, oh, isn't it a cute thought? Yeah, exactly. Like a media analysis is like, it brings in very specific examples, and then it kind of like is more, it relies more heavily on the theory, I think. It reads like headcanoning. You're right. It does. This is just headcanoning on Google Scholar. It's wild. Okay. In short, apart from the motor insufficiency and suggestibility of the elements I find difficult to support, strong abstract or schematic and practical / concrete thinking, ruminations, a possible feeling of unreality, Wednesday Addams seems to correspond rather well to the female picture described by Grynia Sukareva. I've still said it British, I'm so sorry. Okay, I disagree, but next, okay. According to the clinical picture of Asperger, so physical and expressive manifestations, appearance, elaborate, defined, princely facial features with frowns and a sullen look. I forgot that was part of the original Asperger classification. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh no. Hello, it's me. Hello, it's me. Come closer. Get a look at my princely defined facial features. Oh, goodness gracious. That's so funny. That's so funny. Green, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for giving your informed consent and joining the research participation pool. Hope you're ready to take on some research. Welcome, welcome. Oh no, that's so funny. Oh, Princely, I know. It's my. Where's Jake? I don't know. I don't know where Jake is. He's not here. Princely features bro is Red Penrose. It's so true. It's so true. Would you wait, has anyone here met me? Wait, I'm scrolling up real quick. No, I don't think any of you have actually met me in person. But Mylin knows what I look like. Mylin, would you say that I have elaborate, defined, and princely facial features? I must know. Do you think that I have elaborate, defined, and princely facial features with a sullen look about me? Oh, good lord. Okay. Okay. Wednesday Addams has a youthful face with rounded, harmonious features. She also has a cantankerous, sullen look. I can't with this. This is so funny. This is so funny. I could see a prince with facial features like yours. Okay, right. Remove the Britishness. Okay, remove the Britishness. Defined. My facial features are definitely not defined, and they're also not elaborate. And I also do not have a particularly sullen look about me at any given point. Like, my default is like... Elaborate means you've got extra stuff. I don't know what it means. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what he was going for with this one. Put that back in the definition. I want doctors calling me princely again. Oh, it's true. It's true. I wish to be called princely. I want this on my diagnosis. I want this on my records. It would be terrifying if someone said, yeah, I know who you are, Graham. Definitely doesn't look sullen, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this is what I mean when I say, like, some of the original autism classifications were literally based on, like, boys, on a very, very specific subset of upper middle class boys. So bear that in mind with this. Asperger's classification was one of them. Elaborate princely features and a sullen look. Was Hans just thinking about Byron a lot or something? Oh, no. I want a character creation system where you can just click that definition as default for the characters so I know what on earth they mean by it. Yeah, right? Right? What does it mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, attention. Alertness and dynamic gaze. It does not cling on to one thing or person in any particular, a rambling mind. Rambling mind. Yes. Okay. Wednesday Addams never blinks. Sorry. I hit my microphone. Wednesday Addams never blinks, stares into space for a long time, and sometimes seems lost in thought. Stares into space for a long time? What, like when she's like using her powers or something? Like, examples, please. Examples, please. Cite your sources. Oh my goodness. Then again, there's so much variability as biological autism is likely about 5 to 10 things. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. Yeah. So do I. She ain't special. I will admit, I may have a slightly rambling mind. I may even have a rambling voice. Many autistics tend to have elaborate male facial features, ignoring the fact that we only diagnose men. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. This feels like a Tumblr turf war between two princely autistes with PhDs. Does not focus on things, stares into space, sullen. Bro, she could just be tired. Right! That's why she's relatable. She's like me when I've been in the lab all day. Okay, language. Language. Particular tone of speech, lack of social gestures and mimics, usually creating a conversational contact and stereotypies of movement and language used to communicate factual content. That was a very long sentence. Particular tone of speech, lack of social gestures and mimicry, which usually creates a conversational contact and stereotypies of movement and language that communicate factual content. I think that's more like what was trying to be said there. TLDR, I think what it's trying to say is that, like, not really social gestures and mimicry, more just like info dumping. This is the most fair one out of all of them so far, I think, because I feel attacked a little bit by this one. Wednesday Addams has a particular oh, I hate this word. Prosody. I've heard it pronounced prosody and prosody and prosody. Prosody, I think, is the most accurate one because it's like I don't know. I don't know how to say that word, but it's basically like the musicality of verbal expression. So it's basically how much variation in tone there is when you're speaking. So for example, the best way I can describe it, lots of people say that British people don't have very much variability in the tone when they're speaking, because we do tend to be a little bit like this. Whereas the stereotypical Irish person's kind of all over the place, and their tone goes up and down quite a lot. So I apologize for the accent. I needed to do it in order to demonstrate it. I do such a bad Irish accent. I'm dying of cringe. But but like that's like the stereotype, right? Is that like British people have very flat like tone when they're speaking, and Irish people go up and down quite a lot. There's a lot of variability while they're speaking. Yeah. So that's roughly how I would explain that concept. I'm not a linguist though, so yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's also like so it's like the tone, like how much your tone goes up and down. It's like the patterns of speech, like speed and so for example, some accents have this thing where like you're talking and it sounds like you're asking a question all the time because it kind of goes up at the end. That's also a pattern. There you go. Now I've done that, you'll never be able to unhear it when somebody does it. Yeah. I do assessments for that, the early echoic skills assessment. Interesting. Can I make a fire truck noise? No. Hi Tingman! Hey, how are you? I hope you're good. Psydere real voice. I mean, my attempts at any kind of Republic accents are normally pretty bad. I've been told that my my Belfast accent's quite good. So yeah. And I've also been told that my Yorkshire one's okay, but any other attempt is terrible. Yeah. Tone, volume, speed, intonation. Yeah, exactly. Intonation, that was the word that I was looking for with the question thing at the end. That's the word, yes. Yeah. Volume also, I feel like volume is a thing that gets forgotten about all the time, because like the reason why I can identify any time that there is an American anywhere nearby is because like they're loud. They're so much louder than everyone else. But I can't make a fire engine noise, but I can hear it in my head. But then like I could probably, I don't know, I can try and make some noises. I think I'm better at animal noises, I think. Like I could probably do like a goat, or like a sheep or something if I tried hard enough. I don't know. Literally everything that goes on top of just blabbing and blabbing out sounds to be understood. Yeah. Those features are really hard to define, like pitch or stress. Yeah, they are. I feel like I used to be a lot less like I used to be very, very flat in my tone and volume and stuff until I moved to Ireland. And since I've been here, there's been way more variation in how I talk now. Can you go for 3 seconds? How did I do? Oh, I should have done it like how Rin Penrose responded to the allegations. Ah! Oh no. Cries loudly, apparently. Oh dear. It's not like an intentional thing, and it's not like, well, okay, sometimes I think it varies depending on how much contact the American has had with non-Americans. My experience is that Americans who have had lots of, Americans in academia, basically, they've had lots of contact with non-Americans. They tend to be better at regulating the volume. But Americans that are tourists that come to Dublin and it's the first time that they've ever left the US, oh my lord, they're so loud. They're so loud. I've been literally like down a road and I can hear a whole conversation happening at the other end of the road and it's Americans. So, yeah. Oh, wait, I had to do it for exactly 3 seconds. I wasn't sure if the 3 seconds was like, just like an approximate value or an exact value. Okay, I will do it for exactly 3 seconds if I can. Okay, right, okay. Wait. I'm trying to work out how I would do that. No, that was 4. I think that was 4 seconds, actually. I don't know. Oh god, that sounded a ton like Rin. Okay, right. Anyway, sorry. What were they saying about Rin Penrose's? Not Rin Penrose. Wednesday Addams, even. Okay. Oh dear. What were they saying about Wednesday Addams' language? Wednesday Addams has a particular prosody, which is musicality of verbal expression, speaks in a non-effective manner, and uses language to convey information and not as an effective means of creating and maintaining relationships. Again, this would be really good if there was some kind of transcript expert to like demonstrate this, because this is something that I agree with, but an example would be really cool. Did you know that the capital of Ireland has the largest growing population? It's always Dublin. I mean, I don't know how to process this. It's actually supposed to be you copying someone else's but obviously I'm not making sounds at you right now. Oh, I reckon I could do that. I reckon I could copy the I reckon I could copy. Okay. So can I time them out? No abusing your powers. No. Okay. Right, next. Autistic intelligence. It's me. I do that. Okay. Original, creative, and spontaneous productions, language, experiences, and behaviors, and difficulty learning by imitation. Okay, to be fair, when I was younger, I did have a lot of difficulty learning by imitation, and I'm still kind of the same. I can't like, if I'm okay. When I was a kid, when I was like a teenager, I had a phase where I was like, I want to get into K-pop dancing, and then I never could do it because basically like I can't copy it. I just really struggle to copy it. I think I've got a little bit better of it as I've got older, but I still really struggle with it. This is just a skill that I didn't have. Tayu! Hello! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Everybody, if you don't already follow Tayu, literally what are you doing? Like, one of the most long-time friends of the channel. What the heck? Tayu, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, I am Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. We are reading a paper about whether Wednesday Addams is autistic. I'm not joking. It's literally about like the Netflix series Wednesday and trying to work out if various diagnostic criteria apply to her. So far, I have some feelings about the paper. I have some feelings. Who joined? Average Goat Man, hello. Alturian, hi. Mario Apocalypse, hello. Hello, of course, Tayu. More Fun, Mizuka, and Evil Mira, hi. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us today. And Tayu, thank you for bringing everybody over. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. If you need to, like, you know, get a drink, get some food, get away from the PC, sleep, hibernate, please absolutely do that. Self-care is very, very important after you've been streaming. Of course, I want my favorite goat to be okay. And also thank you, My Apocalypse, Evil Mirror, and Average Goatman for the follows. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. We do actually plan to do research here at some point. We'll be doing actual research at some point with everybody. But for now, we just read the papers. Yes. Hello. Tayu is a good goat. I agree. Tayu is the best goat. Tayu is the best goat, in my opinion. Mate. What are you, British? Oh no. The British is spreading. I'm so sorry. No, Tayu's catching the British from me. No. I'm so sorry. The goat, exactly. The goat. The definitive goat. What about Baphomet? Who? Wait. Oh, that one. No, Tayu's the better goat. Goes without saying. Tayu's the better goat, honestly. I'm not catching it. I can quit whenever I want. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. I say mate because I'm Australian. Okay, I have a question for you. I've had multiple people say to me, like, including some Australians, say to me, like, that I sound a bit Australian. And I would like you to validate to me that I do not sound Australian, because I don't think I do. Will blame you when he gets banned for saying the funny C word. No! Now, I do my best to not swear on stream. I do occasionally sometimes swear on other people's streams by accident, though, because being around other people brings out the worst in me. This is a family-friendly science stream, actually. Sai has the wrong kind of autism to know what Baphomet is. True. Apparently a group of killer whales is called a gang, and this is because they're involved in organized crime. That's pretty good. I like that. The first symptom of catching the British is watching soap operas. I would never do that to somebody. I would never encourage them to watch a soap opera. That would be terrible. That'd be terrible. I'm right here and my goatness is being denied. But it literally says in your name that you're an average goat, though. Like, how can you, like, if you're the average goat, surely Tayu is above average, then surely that means that Tayu is the best goat here. I'm sorry, like, it's in your name. You do sound like an Aussie? Oh, no. No, I don't. I really don't. You don't sound Australian. Not enough spiders coming out your mouth. Oh. Wait till you meet the subpar goat. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't sound Australian. Just because I sound, oh, no, in a slightly Australian sounding way, and I have been told by multiple Australians that I sound like I could be Australian. Like, there is a very, very, there is a famous psychology researcher who is Australian. And when I met this person, they thought that I was Australian. And I had to politely be like, no, I'm actually not Australian. I'm English. And they were like, oh, now I'm sad. And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I cried. Not heard a complaint about the weather since we entered. Well, I mean, I'm inside, so I can't complain about the weather if I'm inside, can I? What is the weather? bad. The weather is bad. That goes without saying. I live in Ireland. It's raining. This is so validating to me as somebody who has trouble telling apart British and Australian accents. I can always tell apart British and... Wow, actually, no, I can't. No, I'm sorry, I tell a lie. I've met a few British people that I thought were Australian, and I've met a few Australian people that I thought were British, so actually, no, yeah. Normally, I'm quite good. I've got like 75% accuracy, but there are some people that kind of sound like a blur of in between. You know, sometimes you'll meet an Australian that's watched a little bit too much British TV, and sometimes you'll also find a British person that's got Australian family, and it's just the overlap just goes a little bit too much. People thought I was an Aussie because I kept using the word mate with my accent. I admittedly I did stop saying mate because people thought that I was Australian. I used to say it when I was younger, but I stopped saying it because I was sick of the Australian allegations. You can be Australian before the extra tech tree was unlocked. Oh, it's true. It's true, actually. It's true because so many Australians are descendants of British and Irish criminals. And my family may fall into that category. So, yeah. My family were in the Victorian workhouses. Eating gruel. That's why I can do such a good please, sir. Can I have some more? It's literally in my DNA. Oh, no. Sometimes you meet a Brit with nice teeth and you realise they're an Aussie. No! I have okay teeth. Or have you no? What do you mean? The Australian accent comes from directly from the fact that they sent British. And I know. It's like a mixture of like British and Irish. It's like the kind of two things kind of mixed together. And to be fair, probably the reason why people keep thinking that I sound Australian is because I am British and live in Ireland. So like there are some bits of my accent that I've picked up that are like a little bit Irish now. And yeah, that's probably where it comes from. Yeah. Wait, there's an ad. No! I'm sorry. I'm going to take this ad break very quickly to go and fill up my water because I've run out again. So I will see you all in 2 minutes. I'm going to go fast, okay? I'll be back in a second. See you in a minute. Hello. What is up with this song? I don't know. It's just a random song. What is this song? Vinculo by Enjambra. Wait, what language is this? Oh, it's in Spanish. Vinculo by Enjambra? I don't know. I don't know Spanish. What is that? I just the music is just playing randomly. I'm not gonna lie. How do I somehow only manage to capture the ads when I can intermittently watch the stream? I'm sorry. There's basically there's ads about once an hour, and I can't do anything about it. Like the choice is either you play 3 minutes of ads. That's like the minimum amount that you can play. You can actually play up to 10 minutes like per hour if you want to, or like 15 minutes or something ridiculous like that. But like the minimum amount to not get pre-roll ads on is 3 minutes. So that's why I have like the regularly scheduled 3-minute ad break every hour. It's because it gives me an excuse to actually get up and like go away and refill my water and stuff like that. But also it stops pre-rolls, and I think that pre-rolls are infinitely worse. There's nothing worse than clicking onto a stream and then just like instant ads. Like there is basically no stream that I will wait for. So yeah. Thank you for the high straight Spidooey. Hi. How are you? How are you doing? I'm okay, thank you. How are you? I will hydrate. See, this would have made much more sense as a BRB song. This literally, I'm so mad. This would have been perfect. This is so perfect for this paper. Live or die. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, right. I have 3 minutes of ads every hour to avoid pre-roll, and because it gives me slightly more money. I mean, I get like nothing from ads. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, I'm gonna have a quick look because actually this is quite interesting. I think behind the scenes, behind the streams. Okay, this one. Revenue tab, yes. So on Friday, we streamed for 2 hours. There was 2 ad breaks. Average CCV was, I don't remember. Let's have a look. Average CCV on Friday was 84. So I had 84 average viewers. There was 6 minutes of ads, and I got a whole $1 out of it. It's so pointless. It's so pointless. So if I had the option, I would just turn them off, but you can't do that, unfortunately. So yeah. Say water. Okay, this is the thing though. My streamer voice, I say water. But like in my, like if I'm just out and about, I'll be like, can I have some water, please? So yeah. $1, yippee! But can it buy a Greg's vegan sausage roll? No, because it's given me $1.40 actually, to be specific. And a Greg's vegan sausage roll, from what I remember, is £1.35. And the conversion rate would mean that $1.45 is probably like £1.15-ish. I don't know exactly, but that's what I would guess at. So it's not even a sausage roll. Yeah, exactly. It's not even a sausage roll. Shameful. Whopping 4 jawbreakers. What is this? Like Ed, and Eddie just measuring everything in jawbreakers. Oh, goodness. Talking autism stuff. I'll have the result of my autism analysis tomorrow afternoon. Let's go, Smidooey! Woo! Potentially joining the club. Exciting times. I hope it went well. And I hope that you get some useful information out of it. Water. Yeah, Australians do kind of say like water, right? Water. Whereas I say water. So I have a tendency to like do the glottal stop on the T's. That's what it's called, right? Glottal stop. Glottal stop. I love the fact that the word glottal stop gives you a perfect example of a glottal stop. That's so funny. Oh no. But yeah, my quote, my what you could call my native accent. I do the bottle of water. Yeah. Glottal stop. Oh no. Hoping to, not expecting anything, to not get disappointed. I'm just very excited to know. Yeah, just finding out. You'll find out some really interesting stuff about yourself regardless, right? I hope it goes well. Not adjusted for inflation in the last 200 years. It's true. It's true. Wonder how much the ads would have to pay for it. Would have to pay for a jawbreaker now with inflation. It's a good question, actually. How much is a jawbreaker now? Let's find out. Let's say hi, Science. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Jawbreaker. Do they even sell them anywhere? I don't even know where I could buy one. Buy delicious jawbreakers. Free delivery on orders over €60. Yippee! Okay, so 15 jawbreakers would be €18, allegedly. That's a lot. What on earth? Are they like big ones? Retro Sweet Company. Okay, we'll go with that. Oh, wait, there's one at Tesco. Okay, wait. Oh, wait, no, that's a jawbreaker on a stick? What? Huh? Huh? Jawbreaker on a stick? Why is that a thing? I'm so confused. I can't spell. Why is there a jawbreaker on a stick? It's so random. Ah, oh wait. No, they're all on a stick. They're all on a stick. What? Why are all of the jawbreakers they sell in Tesco on a stick? I'm so confused. Yeah, like a lollipop. It's weird. They look weird. Why are they like this? Why are they like this? Yeah, it's just a lollipop. I don't understand it. Science has gone too far. The way that you said stick right now is the most British thing I've heard you say organically. I can't help it. I just, sometimes it just happens, you know? Sometimes it just happens. Whose jaw are we breaking? Ideally, nobody's, actually. It can be so that you can hold it away from yourself. To be fair, that's probably quite useful. I did always think that, like, jawbreakers themselves, like, they're not, like, they're big. What are you meant to do with them? On a stick actually kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's €1. €1.10 for a jawbreaker on a stick. So, I can buy a single jawbreaker on a stick. Wait, actually, are euro and dollar still like around 1-to-1, or are they different now? Let me check. 1, 10 euro to, no, not to USD. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I can afford it. With my ad revenue, I can afford a jawbreaker on a stick. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. I just bought a jawbreaker, one of the big ones. One of the, you can get really massive ones, right? You can get really massive ones. They were so obsessed with whether they could. They didn't stop to think whether they should. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Astral. Thank you. I will hydrate. I'll hydrate. I can get a pound of what is a pound? What is that in kilos for $5? Wait, I'm going to do pound to kilo conversion. 1 lb 2 kg. Okay, so like 0.454 kilos for all of the Europeans in chat. Okay, that's a fair amount of jawbreakers for $5 actually. How much were these? My search history is so weird. I've lost my jawbreaker on a stick. Wait. Jawbreaker on a stick. Tesco. Tesco. There we go. Okay. It's 60 grams. So let's see what this says per kilo, and then we'll reverse engineer it. So it's €18.33 per kilo. So that means that it's about €9 per half a kilo. So about per pound. Which €9 to USD is about $10.50. There we go. This is some very rough approximate maths. But the same amount of jawbreakers would be double the price here. So, yeah. But the trade-off, I think, is that I think we have cheaper, like, chocolate and biscuits and stuff, so, which is better. You know, I would prefer that. I would prefer that. Oh. I got like $1.25 from 2 months of streaming. Oh wait, $2.50. I mean, that's pretty good. Depending on what your numbers are, that's pretty good. I think it took me. I think I didn't get my first Twitch payout for many, many months, to be honest, because like you have to hit like a $50 threshold, and it took many, many months to hit that threshold. My first ever one. Yeah. Oh, it's a bit weird because it's like different now. Now I get now obviously there's more people, so I hit the payout threshold every time, and I'm still not used to that. Like I keep forgetting, and then I get a little notification on my phone being like, "You've got a new payment from Twitch Interactive," and I'm like, "Huh? Why?" And then I'm like, "Oh, that's a thing. That's a thing now. That's wild. Why? Why?" I'm not adjusted yet. Pretty good for Victorian England, I guess. Well, it depends, right? It depends. If you're doing it as a hobby, getting $2.50 from your hobby, that is very, very good, actually. You know, and frankly, like if you're streaming as a hobby, it's probably not ideal to monetize it too heavily anyway, because there comes a point where like your intrinsic motivation swaps over to extrinsic motivation. Like this is pretty well documented. Is that like if somebody loves doing something and then you start paying them for it, they kind of lose their intrinsic motivation to do it in a lot of cases. Not me. I'm immune to it because my brain's built different, but that happens for a lot of people. Yeah. I think I get a payout usually in the span of a year. That's so fair. That's so fair. I've never had a payout. I'm afraid of the tax paperwork. That's also fair. Okay. It depends on where you are, though. In some countries, you only have to do taxes if you go over a certain threshold of income. But yeah, I mean, I do like some freelance stuff on the side anyway, so I've always done like tax things. I learned the other day that Americans have to do their tax every single year, and it's really wacky. That is like wild to me. Like in most of Europe, like if you just your employer pays your taxes for you, like, and you don't need to think about it unless you do freelance stuff as well. But yeah, like I do some freelance work, so I have to do my taxes anyway, unfortunately. Yeah. Freelance propaganda on the side. It's not propaganda, but you know. I did do some research stuff, and now I'm just like kind of doing all of it under an umbrella. Like I put streaming under the same umbrella because I'm like, yeah, man, it's totally science communication. This is definitely part of the same freelancing business. Laughs nervously. Oh gosh. It's a hobby. I just enjoy hanging out and playing games, but I want to make cool things for people that pay anyway. That's how I feel too. Like, I mean, at the minute, my situation's a bit weird. So, like, for the next couple of months, it's going to be a little bit different. But normally, when my life is stable and normal, I basically just take all of my Twitch money and put it back into Twitch. So, like, assets and stuff, but then also, like, getting, like, basically, like, little presents made for people that contribute to the stream financially. Because, like, yeah, I don't know. There, like, for a period of time, like, when I first started, when I was still a grad student, I was using a little bit of the Twitch payouts to cover some basic costs, and then I got a job, and like I have a full-time job, and things were fine. But now things are just like I'm just in a bit of a weird temporary situation, so I'm having to use my payouts to help pay for things like moving costs and expensive temporary accommodation and lawyer fees. Yippee! Because I'm burning through my savings at a rapid rate. Yippee! Oh, it's fine though. It's fine. The tax is a problem due to lobbying and the tax prep industry. I heard this. That there's like lobbying from the companies that people pay to help them do their taxes, and that's why Americans still don't have pay as you earn. That's wild to me. How it works is that the government knows how much you owe and gets mad at you if you get it wrong, but they won't tell you ahead of time. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I sign into a government website and I can file my taxes within 15 minutes here in the Netherlands. It's similar. It's similar here. I literally just like do a silly government thing, like a form. To be fair, it takes a while because like I want it to be accurate. Like, and I have quite a lot of transactions because I have like the monthly like Twitch and all of the Ko-fi transactions and like all of my freelancing stuff and all of the outgoing expenses as well. So there ends up being quite a lot of actual like accounting bit to do, but I still do it all myself. It's not hard to do. It's literally just like cash basis accounting. So it's like what comes in and what comes out. And like I just literally do some like I have a sum. I just have a equals sum on Excel and it just does it for me. And then I just put in those numbers into the government website and I'm done. So as long as you're on top of your accounting, you can get through the form pretty easily. It takes like an hour at the very most. And like even then it's only if things are complicated. Yeah. There's a breaking point in every streamer's life where it becomes a full-time gig. For some it's master's degree, for others it's getting grind. So true. So true. I get money back at tax time. I always get money back too. It's great. I think I got like 300 euro back this year. I was like, yeah, let's go. Let's go. I use my $50 for food. I tend to be broke. That's relatable right now, to be honest. That is very relatable. Does Ireland have that thing where the guilty party has to reimburse the victim's legal fees? I don't know. I haven't really looked into it yet because I've not had... I don't know what I'm allowed to say on stream, actually. I'm waiting on some things, but I think that I potentially might be able to get like discounted rates because of certain circumstances, but I'm not sure yet. Yeah. But either way, it's still going to be expensive. Also, hi Duke Dutman. Thank you for the lab stage register check-in. Thank you. I don't pay taxes because I don't have any money. That makes things a lot easier. I pay like $500 to have somebody do it for me because of how complex it is. I'm really terrible at paperwork though, so I try to avoid doing it myself. I mean, that seems very sensible. I fully intend to like... I intend to have somebody do my cleaning for me at some point because I'm bad at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's like my life goal is to eventually like, you know, once I'm back into my stable, permanent accommodation, like once I have a place that I actually live permanently, I intend to get a cleaner because it's not super expensive. It's like, I don't know, it's like 30 euro a week or every other week. And then someone will come in and do like a big clean of your apartment. And that would make my life a lot easier because I'm not bad at cleaning, but sometimes deadlines happen and I forget. So yeah. My former employer does it for me. I just need to check if it's correct and send it to the government. See, like, that's in in the UK, it just comes straight out of your paycheck. And like, you don't even need to check it. Like, the government will check it for you anyway at the end. So like, it's entirely like at their end. If you're just in standard like full-time permanent employment, it's just all at their end. You don't need to do anything. It's great. It's great. Okay, right. Shall we do the paper? Shall we do the paper? Paper. Let's do it. Okay. Where do we get to, actually? I've been yapping so much I've forgotten. Yes. Wednesday Addams is a very unique character in her behaviors and the use of language, including writing a mystery novel. She seems to also be creative and have a rather developed divergent thinking. That's fair enough, I guess. There's 87 people here. If half the people donated €1 so I can hire a maid. I mean, I can't right now anyway, because it's not my place. Like, I'm not living in my... I'm in temporary accommodation right now, so I can't do a bunch of stuff, and I can't hire a cleaner, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. Luckily I got my hobbies in line, and now I have a consistent schedule for doing all my hobbies, because without the mental regularity, I tend to avoid it like the plague. Smart. I should have more of a schedule too. Right now I don't have one though, because I'm kind of waking up sometimes being like, I can't function today. And other days I'm waking up and I'm like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do stuff. Like today. So I, well, actually, no, I wasn't functioning for a while today either, but I was like, I want to stream. Let's do it. So I'm just going with the flow at the minute. Hi, Spooky One. Hi, how are you? How are you? And hi, Hyperpower. How are you? How are you both doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. I'd get a cleaner, but I need to get the place baseline clean before I could hire one. Oh, that's kind of a mood. What? That's such a thing, isn't it? Like, I don't want to hire somebody to clean without first cleaning. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Very funny. Okay, right. Correct judgment. 29% no. Wait, are you just looking at the English bit though, Astral? Is it 29% for the whole thing, or is it 29% for the English part? Because if it's 29% of the English part, we ain't finishing this, and frankly, I'm not mad about it, because I'm kind of done with this paper. That's why I keep yapping, is because I actually just actively don't want to read it, because it's annoying me. Just the English, oh lord, okay. I tell you what, okay. Let's finish the Asperger section, and then I think there was a third thing in there, but let's jump down to the DSM part, because this is the actually useful part. You know what, actually no, the Asperger bit's annoying. Let's just jump down to the DSM part. There's no need for this. There's no need for the canna part. Okay, according to the DSM clinical picture, the Lorna-Wynn criteria were extracted from 97% of children with an IQ below 70, and they represent a set of deficits and impairments that do not present a global picture, like those of Zuckereva and Asperger. What? What? What does that mean? The sample that they used to develop the DSM criteria were massively bigger and more diverse than Asperger's. I mean, I guess they don't present a global picture in the sense that it actually acknowledges that there is a lot of diversity and a lot of heterogeneity within the diagnosis. But what does it mean? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It's not cheating, it's just I'm not interested. There's a difference. Okay. Right, anyway, sorry. Since they are the standard in the clinic, even though they are also debated, I will use them. Okay. Persistent deficits in... Why is this giving energy of like... Yeah, I do know better than the DSM criteria. What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Anyway, persistent deficits in social communication and social interactions across multiple contexts, as evidenced by the following. All of the following, currently or previously. The examples are illustrative and not exhaustive. Deficits in social and emotional reciprocity, ranging from, for example, abnormalities in social approach and inability to, I guess, conduct normal two-way conversation, to difficulties in sharing interests, emotions, and affect, to inability to initiate or respond to social interaction. What is the science in this paper? I honestly don't know at this point, Arkan. I don't know anymore. Did they make this up? This is not how I remember the DSM criteria. I think that they might be using the French DSM version and then back translating it into English rather than just directly using the DSM English criteria. I have a feeling that that's what's happened here. But yeah, deficits in social or emotional reciprocity, that's the bit that I recognize. And then the rest of it's kind of going a bit off the rails, I'm not going to lie. Yeah. The description of the Lorna Wing stuff doesn't seem right. Like, everybody that I know is like, yes, Lorna Wing's work was actually very, very good and paved the way for our modern understanding of how the autism spectrum functions. Like... does France even use the DSM? Europe has the ICD. Yeah, they use the ICD. But like, also, I'm not gonna lie to you, I just don't really trust France's approach to autism in general, because my experience of like France and autism is that loads of them still low-key kind of believe like the refrigerator mother theory of autism. So I'm not keen. Yeah, I think they wrote the paper in French and then back translated it. I agree. I think so. I guess the paper is winging it. Lorna winging it. Oh dear. Oh gosh. To be fair, they are French. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Rule 1, don't trust France. Exactly. Also, hi, Salodore. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you yet. Hello. Yeah, the fridge mother theory is really weird. It's a really weird theory. It makes no sense whatsoever. But France is still very, like, psychodynamic in its approach to everything. So, yeah. They're like, all of the French people that I know who have left France are like, in part, I don't want to go back there because the approach to autism is a couple of decades behind English-speaking countries, to be honest. Like, yeah. Yeah, Fridola Canyon, exactly. Is there a sink father theory? Oh. Okay, Wednesday Addams does not demonstrate social and emotional reciprocity with those closest to her and those around her, such as her parents, Enid, Xavier Thorpe. Again, this is not true. She is like that at the beginning. She changes over time, and at the end, she does. She's literally nice to Enid in the last, like, 3 episodes. She's literally nice to her. It makes no sense. I'm annoyed. But she still manages to adapt and team up with others. That's true. She does manage to adapt. I would say that the biggest thing that would come out of this, really, would be, like, she's slow to pick up on it. And then she does also have, from what I remember, she has a tendency to, like, info dump. So basically, like, I remember there were a few times where she was having conversations with, like, Enid or Xavier or whoever, and she would just be like, yap, and they would be like, okay, yeah, okay. But again, an example of that would be helpful. But this is painting it like she doesn't meet the criteria at all when it's actually more nuanced than this. So I'm annoyed. Deficits in... I would like to say outright, okay, I would like to say this outright, just in case the author of this paper ever happens to see this. I'm not critiquing your work. I'm not actually mad. Like, it's a little bit for the bit, but I am also a fan of the series, and I do feel like some of these points did need to be evidenced more, because, you know, media interpretation is different for each person, and the way that I've interpreted the series is clearly different to how you've interpreted the series, and that's fine. That's normal. But that's also exactly why, like, I don't do this kind of research. I do, like, you know, experimental psychology and qualitative psychology. So I don't know how to engage with this as well as I would have hoped. Like, I would like it to be a bit more in-depth. It feels a bit too surface level and shallow. I would really have liked more details about why you're making certain conclusions about Wednesday's character, when I can think immediately of examples off the top of my head that kind of contradict what you're saying. So, I don't know. I doubt the author of this paper will ever see this, but, you know, they're French. They're not watching you. True. Hi, Hogan. Hi. Hello, hello. How are you? The 100-year VTuber war is not over. I need to find a French VTuber for me to have beef with. This is clearly the content that everybody wants. I'm not totally fluent in French, but the tone of the French parts of the paper also don't feel appropriate for academic writing. Yeah, to me, it just felt like a bit of a stream of consciousness. Because I didn't read the I didn't read the actual French papery part, but I did read the abstract. And both in English and in French, it felt like a massive stream of consciousness. So, yeah. I'm French, I'm watching, and I'm concerned about what I'm hearing. I'm sorry, Spadooey. None of this applies to you. But yeah, no, I know I've worked with quite a lot of like neurodivergent French researchers who have said they're not massively a fan of how French clinical systems and research systems talk about neurodiversity and engage with it and diagnose it. So yeah, subtyping, I know. So sad. So shameful. It's okay, Spadooey. You're not like other French. You're not like the other French. Oh, God. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, gosh. I've just read up on it. Basically, if the mother was cold and wasn't that loving, then the kid would, then the kid gets the autism. That is basically the refrigerator mother theory. Like, yeah, that is what the theory says, and that's why it makes no sense. Because like, we know enough about like brain development in neurotypical and autistic kids now to know that like, there's definitely some kind of different development physically happening. I think that the thing that I've read about most recently was basically there's this idea that when kids' brains are developing, there are periods where there's a lot of development happening all in one go. So they're like kind of like key developmental periods. I'm not a developmental psychologist or a neuroscientist, so take everything that I'm about to say with a grain of salt also, okay? But my understanding is that the current kind of, not necessarily the current like dominant theory, but like a kind of like one that I've read about recently. Again, not a neuroscientist, not a developmental psychologist. I can't talk about like how good of a theory it is or whether the evidence points to this, but I have read a few papers about it and it seems quite interesting. And it's the idea that basically like there are these periods of key developmental, there are like key developmental periods where the brain goes through a lot of learning and it makes a lot of synaptic connections. And what I read in this paper was that basically there was it was a very small sample because it was neuroimaging, so it was a small sample, so bear that in mind. But what they found was that in neurotypical kids, they would create all of these connections between their synapses, and then basically the brain would go through like a pruning, and it would kind of get rid of the ones that weren't being used as much, or because like if they're not being used as much, then that would imply that the connections aren't as strong, and that would imply that it's not as useful. Whereas what they found for the autistic kids was that those like, you know, less relevant synaptic connections basically stayed. The pruning mechanism didn't work in the way that was expected. So that was really interesting, and that. Like I said, I can't assess the evidence for it, but it kind of made intuitive sense to me because that would explain why, for example, like I have sensory problems, you know, I'm not good at bright lights and loud noises. They cause me physical pain, and that could well be because it's kind of stimulating too many synapses. Too much brain, exactly. And then like, it would also explain why I'm better at making like connections that neurotypical people can't make, like why I have different pattern recognition and why I'm good at linking up different concepts. Like, that would also explain that. So I thought that was like, it made sense as a theory, but again, I don't know enough of the neuroscience to actually comment on it, and I don't know if I'd even be able to find the paper again. If I, like, it might be somewhere in my Psydere library, because it was quite interesting. It was interesting. The dominant theory of autism right now is that anime gives you autism. No, actually, the anime is a symptom. You look like an Adventure Time character, and it looks nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Mylin, are you here? This is my model parent, Mylin. Mylin is also a psychologist. Mylin did this lovely model. Yes, yes. Light and sound are evil. They are. They are. We just need to cut some synapses. Lobotomy, anyone? Please no. Please don't lobotomize me. My brain's my only thing that I've got going for me. And even then, it's a bit tenuous. Does that explain why I tend to forget the name of people useless to me almost immediately? That's consistent with what I've read. Okay, good. Okay, you actually know what you're talking about, Flatulence Incarnate, so that makes me feel better. It's a little more in my field, as I have a clinical master's, yeah, as well as in ABA, specialised in working with children with autism, yeah. So this idea of like the synaptic pruning, like I think it's a really interesting hypothesis to pursue. It seems like, I don't know. It was just, what I read was like a while ago, and it was just kind of some initial evidence for it, but it seemed really interesting. And it would explain a lot of things. It would explain the kind of like different connections. It would explain why my brain functions like Wikipedia. And like, yeah, why potentially also why my, like, it would even explain potentially stuff like movement, like coordination issues, right? Because if too many synapses are firing when you're trying to reach for your bottle of water, if you've got too many synapses firing when you try and reach for your bottle of water, then that would potentially explain why the arm is not going in the direction I expected, because it's triggering the wrong synapses, because there's too many of them and it don't know what to do. But I don't know. That is a pretty good sentence. That's so funny. If we sever the two halves of your brain, we'll have two brains. That's twice as much brain. God, can you imagine two of me? It's bad enough having one. You mean why you have one specific neuron responsible for Fanta cake not connected to anything? It was Coke, actually. It was Coca-Cola cake, and it tasted like battery acid. And it is connected to many things, actually. Such as my excellent sense of cooking. I'm British, what could go wrong? They had a neurological developmental explanation for dyslexia as well, but I forgot it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something kind of similar around the pruning, but maybe like things get pruned in the wrong way. Potentially. Well, not in the wrong way, but like in a different way. In a different way to average. It's a reference to a Wikipedia article that had no connections to anything. Oh. Yeah, I've seen that video. I've seen that video that graphs Wikipedia. That's one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. I should have got that reference. I'm so mad at myself now. Oh. I've actually worked with kids who had to have corpus callosectomies. There we go, got there eventually. It does weird things to the brain and behavior. It does, doesn't it? I've also worked with people who had it because of, I think it was like an epilepsy. I think it's a treatment for like really, really severe epilepsy. I've worked with people who had it, and it does do really interesting things to the brain and to their behavior. It's really, really interesting. Also kind of horrifying for them. But yeah. Yeah, seizures, yeah. Yeah, I've worked with like 2 people that had it when I was doing brain related stuff. And yeah, it was interesting, but also kind of scary. Like you don't really realize that your brain is two hemispheres and they are communicating until you actually see in person someone whose two hemispheres are not communicating, and then you're like, oh, I now have realized how important this thing that I am unaware of is, and it's kind of horrifying, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, it's the thing where the two hemispheres are surgically separated. Yeah. Yeah. So normally, from what I remember, it happens if somebody's having like really bad like whole brain seizures. Normally, if somebody's got epilepsy, the seizures they'll be originating from a fairly consistent part of the brain. So if you divide the two hemispheres, it stops it from spreading into the other hemisphere. So it means that if somebody's having a seizure, it only affects one side of their brain at a time, which means that they can continue to function to some extent. Yeah. Yeah. And when you see people like doing entirely separate things with the two sides of their body, it's wacky. It's really wacky. It's wild. They'll say that they'll like see something with one side of their brain, like out of one eye, which is basically your eye is connected to one side of your brain. So each eye is on a different side of your brain, basically. So they'll see something out of their non-dominant eye, because basically most people, like, one of the brain hemispheres is dominant. Like it's kind of like left and right-handedness. It's like that for your brain. So like, say for example, if you're left hemisphere dominant, right? You'll see something out of like out of your left eye, which is linked to your right hemisphere brain, and that hemisphere will register it, but like you won't be consciously aware of it. So if you ask somebody, then like, what did you see? They might not be able to tell you it, but they will know it. And if you give like a piece of paper and a pen to the side of their brain that has registered it, then they will be able to write it down. It's really wild. It's really wild. Also, oh, hi, Bob the Builders. Hi. Glad to see you're still doing critical research on stream. This paper, I've spent the whole stream being angry at this paper. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, my patient had it when they were 3, so they've adapted pretty well overall. That must be so interesting in itself. The people that I worked with one had had it like as a teenager, and the other had it like kind of late 20s, and they did not adapt probably nearly as well. Yeah. I think it was something with having lots of connections between fewer neurons and poorer connections with the rest, but I'm not entirely sure if that would be weird considering you also have autism with dyslexia and they're often comorbid. Yeah, that's the thing. This is the thing though, is that it's like a new, like the thing about synaptic pruning is kind of a new direction of research. Like, I think if I remember correctly, it's only something that's been started to be investigated in the last 10, 15 years. So it's one of those things where we just don't know yet, but we're starting to learn, and it's super, super interesting. It's such an interesting line of research. Brain is so interesting and intricate. Psych treatments involve electrocuting the brain and severing the halves apart. The thing is, though, is that like the reason why those things work are interesting, right? Like electroconvulsive therapy. Also, electroconvulsive therapy is not like brutal like they show it in the movies. It's not like that anymore. Like you get really good like painkillers and muscle relaxants, and like they go above and beyond to make sure that you're comfortable if you ever have to have that. Most people don't. It's like a absolute last line of resort. Like last line of treatment. And it's the same with the corpus callosectomy. It's the same with that. Like both of them are absolute. Like we have tried every drug. We have tried every psychotherapy. We have tried every lifestyle change. We have tried everything. Like there is nothing that can be done apart from this last attempt. You will normally have like years and years and years of treatment before you get to that point. Obviously, it varies depending on the medical system that you're in. But like in like Europe, generally, like you will be probably getting treatment for a decade before they even consider that. But yeah, I mean, they work. So and they, you know, the medical professionals involved, like they're not doing it out of choice necessarily. They're doing it because it's all they can do, and they will do everything in their power to make sure that it's as comfortable as it can be and to help you, you know, recover afterwards. But yeah, electroconvulsive therapy isn't actually, it's not like it in movies and stuff, it's like it's portrayed as this like really, really horrific thing, you know, like you get strapped down to the bed and they force this bit into your mouth, and then like you just get electrocuted while you're awake, and it, like you have a massive like seizure and you're aware of everything that's happening. In the reality, I've seen it done. Like I was working with somebody that like had like treatment resistant depression when I was working in mental health services, and they let me like observe it. And what actually happens is basically like, first of all, there's a long build up to it. Like they really, really go above and beyond to make you feel comfortable. They will give you muscle relaxants and sedatives so that you are not awake while it's happening. And then there's like electrodes. They do strap you down on the bed, but again, you're not aware of it, so it doesn't really matter at that point. It's the same as like surgery. If you get put under general anesthetic, you're not aware of what's happening. Like it can seem brutal, but you have to do it. But like if you're not awake for it, then does it matter that much? The reason why they strap you down is to stop you from like seizing too violently, but they don't strap you down like aggressively. They just do it a little bit to basically stop you from like seizing and falling off the bed. Like they give it a fair amount of flexibility so that because like if you actually strap someone down when they're having a seizure, they can break bones and stuff, so it's too dangerous to do that. So it's like very, very loose just to make sure that you don't fall off the bed. Some places actually instead have like guard rails on the bed instead now, which, you know, because like if you're having, it's like a controlled seizure, and it's like the best possible way to have a seizure. And yeah, and then, you know, they pass the electricity through, there is a seizure, but again, it's controlled. They keep an eye on it, and afterwards you wake up in a nice, comfortable, like hospital room, and it's a bit trippy afterwards, apparently. Like most people don't really remember what's happened, but it's not brutal. It's not brutal anymore. Yeah. It was really like he had two separate mini brains running things. We had to make sure everything was heard by both ears and seen with both eyes to ensure that the stimuli were reaching the correct part of the brain. Yeah! Yeah! ECC is so cool. We have no idea why it works. It's the best theory. It's like rebooting the brain. Yeah, that's basically my understanding of it too. Like, because at the end of the day, like the brain is fundamentally like it's an electrical organ. Like our whole body is electrical, right? But like nerves and the brain in particular, like the central nervous system, is like an electrical system. It's very, very small, very, very small voltages and stuff, but it is electrical nonetheless. It's all entirely based off like differential potentials and stuff. So that's, yeah. The theory is that it basically just tells all of the ions, go home and start again, lads. Sorry, I've been going off on a tangent. I've been ranting. Was our average goatman? Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for joining us. It's interesting that it works, and procedures nowadays are probably super evidence-based. It's just bizarre. It is bizarre. It completely is bizarre. It's really weird that they work, but they do work. Yeah. Hi, Starry Pop. Hi. They do that with some brain surgeries. Yes. For some brain surgeries, for example, if you're getting a tumor removed, you need to be awake. You need to be awake. So they do. It is a bit freaky. They do, you know, pop off the cap of your skull and prod around in there while you're completely sentient. They do give you painkillers. So like, yeah, like you'll have like at least local anesthetic around your head so you don't feel it. Like, I mean, there are very, very minimal nerves around that part anyway. There's no like nerve endings in your brain, so you can't feel whatever they're doing in there. But the reason why they have to keep you awake is to make sure that they're not like damaging anything as they go along. So the reason why they keep you awake is so that they can keep giving you cognitive tests as the surgery goes on, because they really, really like if you like cause physical trauma to the brain, there's a really strong risk that could be permanent. So Yeah, that's why they keep people awake during brain surgery, is to try and stop that. Also, thank you for the hydrate the good stuff. Thank you. You caught me yapping too much. I do need to hydrate. And also, J5, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hello. And also, hi, Rakimushi. Hi. They strap you down for normal surgery too. I vaguely remember those getting out. Those getting put on before I was out. Oh, interesting. I don't know anything about general surgery. I only know a little bit about like brain surgery and ECT. Well, like I said, I observed ECT. I've seen it happen. I don't know much about anything apart from brain surgery because, like, obviously that's what I know about. That's what I know about. I know a little bit about brains. But yeah, I used to work for it wasn't like a neurology department, but it was kind of similar. But like, yeah, it was like brain injury and degeneration and stuff. So yeah. I know stuff about stuff. I worked there for a while. It was like a whole year. Evening, hi. Hope you're having a good weekend. I am, thank you. Just been watching Keeping Up Appearances and Family Fortunes on another stream. Let's go. That sounds fun. You said it would take 10 years for them to try ECT on someone. Wouldn't that just be the average NHS waiting list? No. 10 years after you've been receiving treatment. So 20 years total. To be fair, when somebody needs ECT, normally that's because it's quite a serious case. So often they would have actually been fast tracked through some kind of like adverse event through like liaison psychiatry or community psychiatry or something. So like the crisis team, basically, they probably would have gone through them at some point. So they would have been fast tracked in their treatment originally. EMDR is another one that we don't know why it works, but it does. Yeah, it's so interesting. Kind of want to track how large of a percentage of streams we can keep you off task and we can celebrate when we beat the high score. This is definitely one of the high scores, but to be fair, I did say this paper, like, I'm not keen on it, so yeah. I'm not keen on this one, lads. What do you know about rocket science? Very, very little. Very, very little. I know a little bit about space, but not much. The episode of Keeping Up Appearances where it was the one where Hyacinth is trying to impress a posh person and her scruffy family turned up. Oh, that's funny. We'll just give you the vaccine autism paper when we get to an even higher score. I would actually read that, to be fair. That would be interesting to read at some point, but yeah, not feeling it. Okay. So, Wednesday Addams had a blank stare with no facial expressions and no gestures when communicating. She's just like me, for real. But she doesn't seem to have a problem understanding other people's, so she's not like me, for real. Although I thought there was a few times where she did misunderstand people quite significantly, so I'm not sure about that one. Deficits in developing, maintaining, and understanding relationships, ranging from, for example, difficulties in adjusting behaviour to varied social contexts, to difficulties in sharing imaginative play or making friends, to lack of interest in peers. Wednesday Addams has difficulty making friends and maintaining friendships and does not seem very interested in making new social connections. However, it can be noted that she is surrounded by a loving family and that some of her peers care about her and that she cares about them. She makes several trips to the hospital to Eugene Oettinger's bedside. A deficit. First of all, I don't like the word deficit, but, we'll put that aside for a second. A deficit does not mean an absence. This is all I will say about this. Is it weird that being in chat depletes my social battery? Not really. Being in chat is quite sociable. It is quite sociable. For a second, I thought you were reading for real from the paper. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised the way that this is written. Pointy end up, flamey end down. Rocket science. Yeah. I should play Kerbal Space Program at some point. I should play that one day. Can it even be called a deficit if it's a seemingly deliberate choice on her part? It's a great question, and I really don't think it would meet the criteria on that basis. A deficit means a lack of ability. She doesn't have a lack of ability. She has a lack of interest. She's perfectly capable of forming relationships. Yeah. Exactly. So, like, I'm the other way round. I have an interest, but I have a lack of ability. Well, my social deficits are less like making friends or making relationships, and they're more in like maintaining them but also exiting them. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, I'm bad at regularly reaching out to people, and it's not because I don't want to. It's because, like, I can only do so much in a day, and my brain gets overwhelmed, and I find reaching out to people a bit overwhelming. I'm also quite bad at, like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm just bad at prioritizing it. But I'm also bad at knowing when a relation, like a friendship or a relationship or something like that, is not the best and probably should be exited. So that's how my social deficits manifest. I'm good at. I think I'm pretty good at like getting to know people. Because I like listening to people. I like learning about people. But I'm not very good at then continuing that after the initial interactions. I'm not very good at reaching out to people and stuff like that. So yeah. The paper starts normal and finishes in Gen Alpha slang. That would be so funny. I would do that. Beating Zassa's 100% survival rate would be hard. I think it would. Okay, I know how Z did on those streams. I can guarantee you I would be worse. I can guarantee it. When Wednesday likes somebody, they become her friend. She's probably most socially capable of the Addams because she's more aware of when people are uncomfortable and makes an effort to help them if they're decent people from someone who's only familiar with the 90s movies. Right. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I agree. This paper's specifically about the Netflix series, and she is characterized a little bit differently. Like, they do keep that kind of underpinning. And, like, obviously there's also the bit of her that, like, clearly enjoys occasionally making people uncomfortable, but more if she suspects that they're not a good person, you know? So, yeah. Ads, I'm sorry. I apologize profusely. Now I don't know what to do because there's advertisements. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday, and right now you can... I'm so sorry. Cringe, you should make people uncomfortable for the love of the game. I don't like making people uncomfortable. I want everybody to be comfy and cozy and happy. It's like, what? 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 Oh, gosh. Restream to YouTube? I mean, I don't like streaming on YouTube. I've had to stream on YouTube for my job a few times, and I don't like it. Where would you go if you could go on a Jet2 holiday right now? That's a great question. I don't know. Where do they even go, actually? I actually don't know where they go. Jet2holidays.com. Jet2holidays.com. Where right now you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off a family of 4. Right, where would be my nearest one, actually? I guess there. Actually, no, because I guess I would have to... I'm just going to see where they go from... The choices for London are London Stansted or London Luton. I would rather just not go on a Jet2 holiday. Ugh. Ugh. Those are the worst. I guess Stansted's... No, they're both bad. I don't want to go to Luton. I want to go to Luton. That's why they're cheap. It's secretly hell. I'm going to put Manchester. Let's do Manchester. Manchester Airport is one of my least favourite airports also, but it will do. It will do. Destination. Where do they go? I could go to Austria. I could go to, like, Spain. I could go to Bulgaria, the Canary Islands. Why is that separate to Spain? Whatever. Croatia, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Estonia, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Hungary, Italy, Malta, Montenegro, Morocco, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Slovakia, Switzerland, or Turkey. Oh, they've put Turkey instead of Turkey, or whatever you're meant to say now. I'd rather walk. That's a mood. You're heading out. Enjoy your sleep, Creeper. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's see the closest. Well, this doesn't sound promising. Well, to be fair, most of the airports are in England, so I guess out of those choices, all of this has like cities listed. So it's like Czech Republic, Prague, Estonia, Tallinn, France, Nice, Germany, Berlin, Cologne. And then you scroll down and it says Iceland. What, did they think that people would see Reykjavik and get scared? What's up with that? I guess I would go to Reykjavik. They have flights. I can choose a departure date in October. Oh my goodness. Let's go. How much would it be if I flew out on a Monday? Let's find out. Hello? Let's see. For 3 nights. Only a low £60 per person deposit. Log in or sign up to MyJet2 to save £60 per person on all holidays departing before the 31st of March 2027. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I could go to Reykjavik and it would... Wait, this is wrong. Wait. Oh. There we go, okay. I could go for a 3-day trip to Reykjavik for, drumroll please, drumroll please, drumroll please, drumroll please. It's still loading. It's still loading. I'm losing my mind. It's Reykjavik and the Ring Road. Oh, is it also the Ring Road? That's exciting. I do mean to be mean, but they have to account for people who don't know geography. That's fair. I do know geography a little bit, so... I can go to Reykjavik from Manchester for 3 nights for the low price of £1,140. That's expensive. That's expensive. But I can get £50 off. That's £200 off a family of 4. And I've heard they have hundreds of free child places as well. Incredible. Also, hi Sharp Builds Pro, hi, welcome in. The drum rolled off a cliff. It's so true. And hi Vlog here, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Thank you. Iceland is very expensive, to be fair. Yeah, it is, to be fair. It is. Especially if you're going in like the autumn or winter months, because it's so cold and there's so much heat. Well, actually no, because it's all geothermal, right? But like you have to pay extra to make sure that they can like shovel the runways and stuff. Yeah. It is very close, yeah. It's probably like less than an hour flight. I feel like more people would know Reykjavik than Tallinn, right? Why isn't Reykjavik not on there and Tallinn is on there? That's very random. To be fair, I have no context on how much it costs to fly to anywhere in Europe because all of them would be expensive. I can fly from Dublin Airport to most places in Europe for £50 each way. Now, admittedly, it would be on Ryanair, which, what's the really bad one in the US? Is it Spirit? Where like the seats are made out of cardboard and you have 2 centimeters of leg space and no luggage. Yeah, Spirit. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. If you wait 5 years, you can go to Universal Studios Great Britain with Vettel. Yo. That would be fire. I remember they did the Disneyland stream and I watched the whole thing like, I want to go to Disneyland. This is not fair. I didn't get invited. I mean, why would I get invited? I'm nobody, but... I want to go to Disneyland! Iceland also has one of the last Toys R Us's. Yo, that's a reason to go. That's a reason to go. Universal Studios GB is actually happening. Wait, for real? For real? Universal Studio. I'm still using my phone because of my lack of screen real estate. Universal Studios GB. Let's see. So hi, Nightmind. Hi. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Universal UK project. Yo. In Bedfordshire? Why? Why Bedfordshire? That's so random. I guess there's nothing there, so they can just build a theme park and no one will question it. We need to figure out the psychological reason for Sai to go to Orlando. I am not going to the US. I'm literally not going to the US. So for those of you who don't know, I'm part of a TwitchCon San Diego panel. And you know, they give you a free ticket if you get onto a panel. So I was planning on going. And also it would have meant that I could meet amazing people that I'm on the panel with. Psychoculturists, Comey, Angry Owlcat, and Euro Brady. All of them incredible creators. And I was so hyped to hang out with them. Come closer. I've got a secret to tell you. My visa got rejected. So I can't go. So I'm still gonna go, like, virtually. I'm gonna be virtually there. I need to try and work out like a way to turn up on a tablet or something, but yeah. Incredibly rude. I know. She's an unwanted criminal. That's right. Oh, goodness gracious. You say Bedfordshire with such disgust. It's not disgust, it's just there's nothing there. There's nothing there. The concept art has Back to the Future, Jaws, and Jurassic Park on the map. That's kind of hype. That's kind of hype. Hi there, Red Panda. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Welcome. What have you done to get your visa rejected? I don't know. They were incredibly vague in the reasoning. And then I asked for more reasoning and they were like, no. No, I didn't take any silly boxes. It's just me. Which JD France meme to use? I went to a place called Fleetwood last week. There was nothing there. That's so... Wait, Fleetwood. That place seems vaguely familiar. Where is this? I can't spell! I can't spell. But this is not a helpful map. This is not a helpful map. Where is it? I have not been oh no! That's why I recognise it! I've been to Blackpool. I've been to Blackpool, so that'll be why I recognise it. Because it would have been on signs and stuff. But also, if I remember correctly, I think that's the historic place where they used to send the I think that's one of the historic places where the Isle of Man ferry used to go from. So that's also why I know it. Because as well as trams and trains, I enjoy boats. Yeah. In fact, I would say I probably enjoy boats more than I enjoy trams and trains even. So, yeah. Bedford is there. Yeah, exactly. Nothing's there. It's so wild how I actually happened to know Angry Owlcat because she happened to run into a streamer friend of mine at TwitchCon Europe and just tagged along with the whole group. Like the whole VTuber world is such a bitch. I feel that so much. I feel that so much. I keep being like, oh yeah, like this person. And then I'm like, oh yeah, this person. And then the other person I'm talking to is like, I know a friend of a friend, or I know that person directly. And I'm like, oh, interesting. What did you want them to do? Build the park over Luton Airport? I mean, it would have been better for everybody if they had. You've been to Blackpool? My apologies. I've been to Blackpool. And when I was in Blackpool, I almost got into a fight despite being 11 years old. Because I went there with some family. We just was like wandering around, you know, enjoying the place as much as you can. And then it was like getting later in the evening and the place is a bit of a mess. So there was like loads of litter on the ground and I kicked a can expecting it to be empty and then it was actually not empty. And it like span really far and the stuff that was inside it went all up a man's leg and he became very, very loud and aggressive. He was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm sorry, I'm just a small southern child, leave me alone." And then my family had to step in and be like, "Excuse me, she is just a child." I don't even think I was 11, actually. I might have been younger. Someone's making a new indie cartoon on YouTube based on a railway and is it Nene or Neen Valley? I feel like it's Neen Valley in the UK. It looks very cute. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. I wonder if they're looking for voice actors, would they let me do it? Would they let me? Would they let me? I want to be in it. Blackpool, is it like a Deadpool offshoot? It is a place that used to be a tourism hotspot in the UK. It's a seaside resort town, except the beach is bad, and all it has is like gambling. Only good thing about Fleetwood, the Royal Lifeboat people sell pin badges with the station name on it. I got one from Fleetwood Station. So now I have a Liverpool and Fleetwood IRL and I badge. Now I need ones from New Brighton, Blackpool and Llandudno. I have opinions about the IRL and I. Generally that they do incredible life-saving work. But good lord, their fundraising people are scary. Their fundraising people are scary. So hi, Alpha Hexagon, hi. Been to Fleetwood. That story sums up exactly what it's like. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yo, if they want British voice actors, potentially, give me some details about it, and I might strongly consider it. Actually, that would be kind of cool. I recently saw a video by a former marine biologist and it turns out she's friends with Fi. No way. And she was doing a collab with Tearzu. So I guess Tearzu is a friend of a friend now. Yeah. It's wild. I mean, if we're talking about friend of a friend, Not somebody that I've collabed with, but somebody that I've... Whoa, that made me jump. That's a sign that I need to go away soon. I'm sorry. It's medication ASMR time, but I don't have any of my medication. It's all in a different place. So that means that I unfortunately will need to wrap up soon, actually. But if we're going off the coolest, like, friend of a mutual, my coolest friend of a mutual is Tom Scott. I am mutuals with somebody, a very, very incredibly cool person who I am at some point going to reach out and ask to collab with because I think she is the coolest person ever. And she's really lovely and nice. But she's too cool and nice, and so I'm too scared to at the minute. But eventually, my plan is to basically, I want to start collabing with people in general anyway. But I know a very, very cool science communicator who has collabed with Tom Scott. So there you go. That's my coolest friend of a friend, I think. Not VTuber related though. The channel's called the Engines of Neen Valley. Got it. Engines of Neen Valley on YouTube. Found it. Oh my goodness. This will make me so excited. I love this. Okay. It's a cartoon starring volunteers who work on the railway. It kind of looks like Gumball with 2D people in realistic environments. The trains talk like Kid and Thomas. Neen Valley was home to the first day out with Thomas ever for context. I love that. I mentioned you vaguely on a friend's stream the other day, and one of the people co-streaming asked, is that Psydere? She's very cozy. That's so funny. That's so funny. I'm starting to get to know people now. It's kind of weird. Because I like, in my brain, I'm like, I'm a small streamer. I'm just a little guy. And then, like, people are starting to actually know who I am now. And I'm like, sweats nervously. No. No. Too nice. Scary. Genuinely, actually. That's exactly how I feel. You know when somebody is, like, so nice and so cool that you're like, it's now intimidating to talk to you. Even though I know that you are nice and cool and we would like get on really well if I just messaged you. That. Can we give Psydere the nice and cool award so she feels more confident reaching out? I mean, to be fair, the reason why I've not been reaching out until now is because like circumstances. But I think, you know, I have a lot of time to fill at the minute, you know? I have a lot of time to fill at the minute. So, so yeah. And they once said she also knows somebody who knew Tom Scott. That doesn't even surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. Did you know Thomas the Tank Engine has lore? The Isle of Sodor sits between Cumbria and the Isle of Man. Like, yes, it does. It does. I learnt about this when I went to the Isle of Man. They had an entire, like, train museum. It wasn't very big, but it was very cute. And they had an extensive display about how the Thomas and the Magic Railroad film was filmed on the Isle of Man because it was the closest equivalent they could get to the landscapes of the Isle of Sodor, because the Isle of Sodor is an isle that is meant to be next to the Isle of Man. Yes. It was so cool. And also I freaked out when I saw the locations of filming. I freaked out. I loved that film when I was a kid. I loved that film. There's like more potential that it might evolve into more of a friendly personal relationship, so it's daunting. Exactly. What can I say? Deficits in relationship formation and maintenance. Rather than something purely professional and at arm's length. Yeah, kind of. I mean, also, like, I'm not gonna lie. I really, really want to do collabs, but I do find the concept of it kind of scary because I don't, like, I'm okay doing them with people that I know really, really well already, but that's, you know, I get nervous doing collabs because I haven't done many. Like, pretty much all of my streaming hours have been solo. And, like, I've done a few collabs here or there, but, like, I can literally count them on one hand, and that includes times that I've dropped into, for example, Tayu. I dropped into your stream for, like, 15 minutes when you were doing, was it your birthday celebration? But I'd, like, dropped in. That's one of the handful of collabs I've done. So like I'm not working with much here. Actually no, now it's gone over a single handful. Now I can count it on 2 hands because I've done spontaneous things with Marlon a couple of times. But yeah. Yeah. But I haven't done, like, I haven't practiced my collab skills, and now I'm kind of like at a weird point because like I said, I see myself as being a small babby streamer, but like I know realistically other people probably don't see me like that anymore. And I'm at the point where I should have already been doing collabs for a long time and I haven't, and I feel awkward about it. And like there's so many cool people that I want to make content with and do collabs with, and I'm just, I don't know how. I don't know how they work. Oh no, I don't know how they work. So yeah, so my goal for the rest of the year is to be brave and to just do the collabs. That's basically my goal. And the first ones that I'm going to do, like probably until the end of the year, they're probably going to be bad, but it's going to be with people that I know well. So that should be fine. That should be fine. But yeah. I think there's like one or two people that I've been speaking to about doing a collab that I don't know well, but they're the type of people that like anyone would be comfortable with, you know, like they're just funky people. So yeah. Yeah, just do the collab and deal with the fallout later. Exactly. That's the approach I'm going to take. I won't ask for permission. I'll ask for forgiveness. Even out of school group projects are intimidating. That's how it feels. I was always bad in group projects because I'd just be like, okay, everybody, please do your allocated things. And then they wouldn't do the things. And then I would just do all of it by myself. Like I would still just solo it. So but like, I'm not good at talking to people and things. I get nervous. So hi, Fortress Spy. Hi. How are you? It's a skill to build, but I think you'll do great. Thank you. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. They thought I was autistic as a kid because I was non-verbal, and my god, I hyper-focused on Thomas the Tank Engine. I'm so ashamed. Nothing to be ashamed about. I also hyper-focused on Thomas the Tank Engine. I had a Thomas the Tank Engine themed bedroom until I was like 7. So, and I used to collect model trains. And like there was like a proper model train set that was like, you know, like a family member's. And this family member was like, you don't have anywhere to put these model trains, so you can put it in our house instead. And I was like, thank you. And then I had like my own little mini one that was like a kid's one because I wasn't allowed to touch the, you know, the proper models because you know how autistic people are around you touching their collection. I wasn't allowed to touch that, but I was allowed to have my own setup, and it was all Thomas the Tank Engine. It wasn't like proper ones. It was like, you know, like the plasticky ones that they make for kids, but the engines themselves were like die-cast models. So that was cool. It was a very small collection, but a collection nonetheless. The one was very manageable because I gave everyone a brief window and I prepared something to talk about with everyone, so it was a good way to get more comfortable with it. Maybe I should do that too. I feel like I should just set up a few like themed, yeah, like collabs. But then I feel like I'm not very good at doing prep. That's the other thing. I'm not very good at doing prep, so I'm not good at like coming up with things to talk about. So I kind of need it to be some kind of degree of spontaneous. But also, I've just realised my music's not playing. But also, I don't want it to be too spontaneous because I'm bad at that, you know? I went on holiday and I got genuinely angry that a miniature railway based their train names and colours on Thomas the Tank Engine, and they had a green train called James, and I got furious because James is red. That is true. James is red, and I would also get angry about that. Just start small, no pressure, and work at it bit by bit. If you let people you know who you're available, they might want to contact you. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of people I know that want to collab. I'm still working through my DMs. I'm still really far behind them, but I know in there's a few people that are asking for collabs, and I'm gonna say like I've already said yes, or I'm intending to say yes and just haven't got around to it yet. The only model train I got was the TGV set released for the commercial release of the Atlantique, most beautiful train of France. I was so happy at the time. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. I love that so much. if that's what you're worried about, you could try and first collab with somebody that you know is good at making stuff up on the fly. I don't know though. I'm not good at working out who's good at things and stuff, you know? Got my week off work confirmed today, so immediately booked flights to Prague. Let's go. Let's go. Got family in Czechia, so first time seeing dad English and Czech stepmom in some months. Also, I'm flying with blue and yellow Irish airline, whose name I dare not utter. Oh, Lord. I pray for you. I pray for you. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. You can do it. I believe in you. By the way, you're keeping the time in mind. I'm not. I'm not keeping the time in mind, and I should be. I should be, because I need to make dinner, and I've got like plans for tonight, so that's not good. TLDR with the paper. I don't like this paper. We didn't finish it. We didn't even get to the second bit. In this part, I analysed the evidence suggesting that Wednesday Addams would have an IQ above 130. And on that note, that's enough of that. No, we're not going to go further into that. I refuse. 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 I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. The morbid curiosity is tempting me, but no, I think that would be not a good idea to go down that rabbit hole. So we're doing the rest next stream? No. I am not doing the rest of this paper next stream. I'm not doing any more of this paper. I can see what they were going for. It's just not about me. It's not for me. I don't want to engage with this paper anymore. It has actively made me angry. It has upset me. I need to go and eat a large quantity of pasta to go and offset the damage that it has done to me, frankly, actually. So, yeah. There's something mildly threatening about Psydere's model suddenly getting larger and more center on the layout. What do you mean? Why, yes. Welcome to my classroom. Oh, it is a bit threatening, isn't it? I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Why is the sound alert behind me? Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Pick something you know, like music, or something else that you can talk about with detail, and prepare one topic that you can talk about. And what you think of the music influences, change examples for something better. That's how I practice talking to people, even if it's not in person. Hopefully it can help. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think if I was doing a collab with someone, most people I probably would be like, let's try and vaguely talk about this rough topic. But I think it depends on the person, right? Depends on the person. You're trying to bust your vocal cords again? No, I'm not. I don't want to bust my vocal cords. I don't want to. I also need to take my medication and eat a large quantity of pasta to offset the psychological damage that I've done by reading this paper. Or a preprint, sorry. It was a preprint and it looked like it. It was a preprint and it delivered like it. I regret my decisions. That's the summary, actually. That's the summary.
Also goodbye and thank you for your company. I hope you have a lovely day.
Thank you so much, Luke. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Thank you. Thank you for your company as well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, all of you. I really, really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it always that you guys come and hang out with me. Even when I'm reading a silly preprint about why Wednesday Addams from the hit Netflix series Wednesday is autistic, and then it proceeds to not actually give any examples. The whole paper is just trust me, bro. Like, oh dear. Some people have suggested that Neuro is autistic. Stop! I know, I need to take my medicine, I know! Some people have suggested that Neuro is autistic, specifically because she can be overstimulated. I like the idea of her being autistic like me. Okay, this is an interesting theory, and I've said this before, I'm not the type of psychologist that can diagnose, okay? And that applies equally to humans and to AI, and obviously AI do not function like humans. They are not neurodivergent in the same way that humans are. However, my personal headcanon, my unprofessional headcanon, is that Neuro is ADHD, and Evil is autistic. This is my unprofessional opinion. You can't be sitting there and telling me that some like Evil's obsession with like just things, they just continue on. Sometimes they're there for a long time, sometimes they're there for a short time. You can't be telling me that the harpoon thing wasn't a special interest. You can't be telling me that. This is and dogs now, dogs as well. Making a tier list of, like, a ranking of your favorite dogs. That's the most autistic thing to do ever. Like, making that webpage that whole webpage was very autistic coded. This is my opinion. Whereas Neuro's a bit more all over the place. She's a bit more like, she says weird stuff all the time. She makes weird connections. She just responds to things in really random ways. She can't stay on topic all the time. Like, sometimes she can. Obviously, she's had some upgrades recently. That means she's a lot better at staying on topic. But like for a long time, she was just never on topic. ADHD. I wonder how Neuro would talk to you. You know what? I don't know. I don't know, but I would enjoy the opportunity if it ever were to happen. I think it would be super fun. Go talk to them off stream for a while to get to know them better in your dynamic. Okay, but this is the thing. I'm bad at doing that. I'm bad at talking to people. Like, the scope of my interaction with people is like, maybe I ask a question if I remember to. Otherwise, I just respond to what they're saying. If they're lucky, I send weird memes or weird photos. I'm bad. I'm bad. If you want someone to collab with, a friend of mine is a game dev, ex-RuneScape. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Give me their details in the Discord server. Yes. That sounds fun. I could see that. Their behavior does remind me of my patients, especially that someone told Vedal there's a problem with my AI. Thing is an attention-seeking behavior, right? That was so cute, though. That's so cute. I love it when they do that. Although now it's kind of like they don't even actually do it anymore that much, like, or at least from what I've seen. Like, it seems that it's more like a meme. It kind of, like, the first couple of times it happened, it was kind of freaky, actually. That, like, they'd learned to do that. And then it just transgressed into being a meme. So, yeah. Talking to people in autopilot, that's how it feels. That's how it feels. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm so bad at social interactions, man. I'm so bad at it. Imagine being able to interact with people in a normal, like, you know, not uncanny valley way. That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. Right. Oh my goodness, there's so many people streaming tonight. There's so many people streaming. Okay, I know who I'm going to raid, though. I know who I'm going to raid because I Oteu a raid onto somebody. So I know where we're going. Let's see. There you are. There you are. I owe a redeem. I owe a redeem from so long ago. I owe a redeem from so long ago. Where's the raid message? There you go. There's the raid messages. The top one is if you're a sub. The bottom one is if you are not a sub. Yes. And then, where are you? There you are. There we go. There's the raid sorted. Look at me, I can multitask. Aren't I amazing? Aren't I so cool and funky? I'm not. I've just realized I've closed the tab. And now I can't go there myself. Brilliant. But yes, thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you for joining me and suffering through this preprint with me. It has been a little bit of a suffer. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a bit of a suffering. But it was kind of fun also. We have also yapped quite extensively, and I have enjoyed our time together. And I really, really appreciate that you've all come and hung out with me. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Don't know when the next stream's going to be. I'm kind of like trying to work out my routine and stuff still. So it will just be at some point, like evening Irish time. Like that's basically what you can be confident of. It will, in the week, it will generally be evening Irish time. Weekend, it could be any time, because I don't have rules. Yeah, Nate's a former dominatrix and she has amazing insights into human psyche. She does indeed. And she's also really lovely and cool. Another one of those lovely and cool people that I'm too scared to talk to. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you. Hopefully I will see you next time. Don't know when it will be. Keep an eye out on the notifications. And yeah, thank you everybody. Bye. Bye.